black and we broke. We voting for PDP. This is a black hole. We voting for PDP. Collaboration. PDP. Black and pro. No weapon from against you. So higher than an eagle. 10,000 falling at your left, 10,000 at your right. Victory today. No weapon from against you. Jah protect our heroes. Look, haters falling on your left and haters on your right. Victory today. This is a black hole. PDP. We black and we broke. We voting for PDP. Vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No, this is a black hole. PDP. We black and we broke. We voting for PDP. Vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. Black and proud the guy. Love with Tobago pride. One friend you can touch your Boris, don't ever give up this fight. With the few shit I galvanize, you bring tears up our people's eyes. Vote out Shamfa, vote out Iron, vote out the PNM Bryce. We pro PDP, this is a black hole. We voting for PDP, vote out PNM.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, Tobago. Good morning to you. Today is Wednesday, 29th July 2020. It is Wake Up Wednesdays. My name is Tasha Grace Boris, PDP candidate for Tobago West, coming to you live from the Street 91.9 FM radio station in Crown Point, Tobago. Thank you guys for joining me very early this morning in your homes, on your radios, in your cars, on your way to work. Those of you who are online on YouTube and Facebook, and those of you who have already jumped on my chat, good morning to you. Today is Wake Up Wednesdays. Yeah, we've been having an awesome week so far on the trail, and I thank all of you for joining me wherever you have come from. East Tobago as far as Charlottesville, west as far as Crown Point. I look forward to meeting all of you on a daily basis. Thank you so much, so very, very much for welcoming me into your homes, welcoming me into your communities. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Today is Wake Up Wednesdays, and I got an early message from a supporter this morning. If you notice, my voice is still a little bit shaky from last night. Last night, I overextended myself on the platform in Bethel. Bethel was a movie. Bethel was a crazy scene last night. And thank you all of you who came out in Bethel last night to hear the PDP Spartans, hear your chief champions in the form of Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, our political leader, and myself, Tasha Grace Boris, as your candidate for Tobago West. Bethel was amazing. Yes, it was. The response from the community was overwhelming, and the persons who trekked and journeyed from where they came from. We had a grand time in Bethel last night. I did not get home until maybe after midnight, and the kind of response that we have been getting as we go in our communities only just gives me more and more heart. It settles my nerves. You know, at the beginning of this campaign, I was concerned as to whether or not we as a people in Tobago, whether or not we were ready for change, whether or not we were ready to choose differently to how we have been choosing for the last 20 years and further than that. And when I see the kind of responses that we have been getting in communities, it only serves to give me so much hope and heart that this is the time, that has been ordained for change. This is the time that God has chosen to bring about what's the word? An upheaval in what has been taking place, you know, among his people. I want to be a little bit obedient to some instructions that I received. I received a message from a supporter very early this morning, and she indicated that the Lord laid a particular Bible verse on her heart. So I want to just read it out for you. It is Psalms 33:12, and it says, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, and the people He chose for is His inheritance." That verse again is Psalms 33:12. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, the people He chose for His inheritance. Are you a blessed people, Tobago? Tell me, because we are blessed with an abundance of natural and human resources. But we start to have to behave like if we're blessed. And, I heard Ho Choi Charles mention, several interviews that he's done, that Tobagonians really don't understand how blessed and how rich we are. And that is the truth. Driving around our communities has cemented in my mind the vast amount of untapped potential that exists on the island of Tobago. And sadly, we have not had the type of leadership that has been able to bring that potential from potential stage, move it from that idea of potential energy to kinetic energy, which is that energy that moves, that energy that does, that action energy, and people want to work, people want to move, people want to do things, people want to see things getting done, So I look at this time as God could not write a better script for this time. And in spite of the fact that people are trying their best, they're really trying. And for me, sometimes when I look at some of the things taking place on social media, because I don't really go on Facebook anymore, but screenshots will come to my phone, obviously. It kind of bordering on psychotic, their obsession with everything that I say. The fact that they nitpick everything that I say, not as if what I'm speaking does not have the element of truth in it, as if what I'm saying does not have the substance of truth in it. If I'm talking a falsehood, if I have lied, if I'm saying a lie, I can be called out on it. But the issues that people are running with are the things that really have that element of truth in it, and I wonder, is it that we are so afraid of the truth? Yeah, today's Wake Up Wednesdays. We had to wake up to the fact that we have to admit that as a people, there are people among us who are afraid of the truth. And there are several truths that abound. The truth of the matter is, which is a fact, I'm quoting a fact, the PNM has been in charge of the Tobago House of Assembly for the last 20 years. That is a fact. That is truth. Now, a matter of opinion is whether or not Tobago has developed in those last 20 years. We can have a discussion about that. But the truth of the matter is that no other party has had access to the Tobago House of Assembly in the last 20 years. So any party who is trying to discredit a party that is campaigning to go into power, knowing fully well they have never been in charge, never had access to the treasury, don't have access to the kind of resources that the Tobago House of Assembly has. Yeah? And they are trying to discredit a group of persons, young and old, who are offering themselves up for governance and government because they are not satisfied with the level of delivery that they have seen from the incumbents for the last 20 years, and have decided to form themselves in a group and have decided to have that group registered and go through the process of forming a political party to challenge the incumbent for the opportunity to demonstrate that they can do better in office. What is wrong with that? What is so wrong with that? What has happened to clean and fair elections, clean and fair electioneering? I am disappointed in some of my Tobago people, and they might not care that I'm disappointed, but I'm disappointed because your behavior is bordering on psychotic. Instead of coming forward with the issues, instead of campaigning on what you have delivered, instead of campaigning on the fact that Tobagonians can see and feel a difference in their standard of living because of your leadership, the length and breadth of your strategy is to discredit your opponents who never had the chance to be in there. Discredit any young person who has offered themselves up as an option. That is where we as a society reach. Young people are looking on at us. Young people are looking on at us, and they themselves at some point in time will have to make a decision, if they choose to, whatever political party they want to align themselves with. And for me, I want to be proud on August 10th, the night of August 10th, about the kind of race that I ran. About the kind of race that I ran. I want to be able to walk down the street in Tobago with my head held high, knowing that I did my best. And yes, picking on the platform is par for the course. That is expected. Yes, you will throw jabs at your opponent. That is expected. But the level, the sick level that I've seen some people descend to in both Tobago and Trinidad to try and discredit their opponents, I am very disappointed. And if this is the example that we are setting for young people have every right not to want to have anything to do with politicians and politics. They have every right. Because we are not showing them that we can look at each other, respect each other, present ourselves as options, and debate on issues, and allow the electorate to choose the best possible person to represent their interests. We are not showing them maturity. We are not showing them the values that we grew up with. Respect. You don't slander people's name. You don't lie on people. Right? People must start speaking the truth. People must start owning their messes. They don't want to own their messes. If it is that you performed well, then Tobago will not even listen to opposition. You know why? They would already cement in their mind, yes, this person performed. Yes, my standard of living has gotten better under their stewardship. Yes, I trust that they can continue to represent me in the way that I want to be represented. And they have my vote. They have my support. But the fact that you're running scared, the fact that you are running scared means that you didn't do your job. You fell asleep on the walk. And you're still coming back. You're not even humbling yourself to come back and say, you know what, honestly, I did not do as well as I hoped to have done in the beginning of my tenure. I really had some plans and I had some very good intentions going into this thing. When I got in there, I met a different creature. I was getting used because our two MPs were well, except the incumbent for the West. But the one in the East, this was her first foray into national politics. So she could bring that excuse. She could say, well, I wasn't really sure what I was getting into, you know, and I tried my best with whatever. And even if that is what you say to people, I think people could understand. But you're not even humbling yourself to say, well, you know, and all I want to bully the opposition. All I want to bully personalities on the opposition side. You all want to put the worst things out in the atmosphere to skew public opinion. And you cannot debate on the issues. You cannot discuss the livelihood of people if they are better for your representation or worse. You can't speak the truth. The truth, you are a stranger to the truth. And I have a problem with big people being a stranger to the truth. Today is Wake Up Wednesdays. Let me jam them. Let me jam them because I jamming them this morning. I jamming all you this morning because I not gonna jam all you on a platform. I have 20 minutes to speak. I have 2 hours on the radio. So let me jam you this morning. All of you jumping on my live to report it, please do so. Report it this morning. Because the Lord laid this on my heart to say this morning. We need to stop being strangers to the truth. There have been sinister things taking place in Tobago for the longest while. I wouldn't even just put it for the last 20 years. Because politicians asking for favors of persons in order to get jobs and contracts and these things. This is not a thing. This is not a creature of yesterday. This is not a creature of this morning. That has existed since time immemorial. Let we talk the things. Let we talk the truth. Let we wake up to the fact that there are young girls. And this is not what I say. This is not what I feel. This is what tongue telling me. This is what people texting my phone and giving me information about. That there are politicians in this space who are asking for certain kinds of favors from young women in order for them to get jobs. And I'm going to repeat it. That is what I'm being told. And if that is true, then that is a culture that we cannot encourage in Tobago. It don't matter who does it. That is not a culture that we could encourage in any space. I denounce that. I denounce that. I denounce that. People should be allowed based on their own merit. Based on their merit. If a job is available, apply. You go to an interview. You subject yourself to the interview panel, they do their deliberation, and then they choose the best candidate. That is my hope, and I know it doesn't always happen. Most times the interview process is just for show because they don't choose whoever they had to choose. And we psychologically damage our young persons. Every time they go to interviews and are rejected, they're not even given the opportunity. Imagine tongues say that they wrote to you, Madam Representative, years ago, asking for assistance for a job. You offered the young man a temporary CPEP, URP, whatever. The young man obviously doesn't want to take it because he's overqualified. And you leave him there. And then now you come busy in election season begging for a resume. All of a sudden you want to help the young man. Where were you all along? Did you care what the young man had to do for the last 2-3 years to take care of himself and his family? No. No. You don't care. I'm not saying that politicians or representatives have jobs in their back pocket waiting to hand out to people. It don't work like that. Yes, there are systems. But when I talk to young people in communities and they tell me they want a government work, most oftentimes that comes from a place of wanting stability and the illusion that a government job provides stability. I want all the young people who are listening this morning to understand that no government job is stable at this time. Look at Petrotrin, for example. They closed down Petrotrin. There were permanent employees who were sent home. Look at the Ministry of Tobago Development. I'm reminding all you this morning, all you need to wake up. One of the first things that our newly minted Tobago East representative did in conjunction with her Prime Minister was to close down an entire ministry that sent home 1,000 of your brothers and sisters, put them on the breadline. And they had to wait months to be paid off. And I had make this up. Tongue say this is fact. This is fact. So no government job is stable. The only thing that you can count on in this life, young people, is God and yourself. Once you have qualified yourself, once you have a skill, once you have a talent, you will never beg for bread. You will never beg for bread. Once you have the proper mindset, once you make up your mind and you have a good work ethic, you will never beg for bread. Do not depend on any politician or any government to secure your future for you. We have to discuss some very harsh truths this morning. Another reason why young people may be drawn to what is taking place at so-called government jobs, and I just had to talk about the THA here because it's Tobago we're talking about. So THA job is the appearance that people get paid for doing nothing. And you just hear about it. Tongue say that people just go and sign the checkers, sign them up. They're present but they're absent. And they're getting paid. They're getting paid. Because that was a culture that was introduced to us 20 years ago. Let me talk the things and let me wake up to the reality. Because my father used to tell me about the days when he used to work works department. When he used to work works department and they were building connector roads all across Tobago. And sometimes he would get called out on a weekend because a piece of equipment gets stuck in the mud when they were building that same shore park, that building, that administrative building, works building. and equipment would get stuck in the mud, and he would have to come out and crawl under a piece of equipment and fix it, and he again no overtime. That fellas used to come and work on a Saturday for tanks. You know why they used to do that? Because they loved their Tobago. They were working on roads and they knew how important it was to ensure that our villages were connected. And they would do what was necessary to get the job done, including coming out on weekends, those of them who could have done so. That is the kind of work ethic we had pre-PNM. But PNM going there employs 70% of the employable population in Tobago. Wine, woman, and song giving away. Because I heard yesterday Tong say that all of a sudden URP jobs are up for offer in the communities. URP jobs are being given away like fresh bread. Tong also say that appliance grants are being given away, furniture grants to the tune of $10,000. That is what Tong say. That you all are handing persons a voucher for $10,000 to get furniture. I don't know if it's true because I ain't getting none. But that's what Tong tell me. That's what Tong say. All manner of things coming out in this election season to help people. Where were you before? Where were you before when people were depending on you to do the right thing all the time? Why is it that I have to take calls from persons, a disabled young lady who may call in? When she calls in this morning, I would allow her to tell her story. That it brings tears to my eye. That this young lady is a double amputee and cannot access a disability grant. It was taken away from her. And she has tried all the hierarchy of the other side up to the chief secretary. This is what she tell me, to get her situation resolved and nothing doing. These are the kind of calls I've been getting. That persons have applied for social assistance grants since March, COVID grants, and ain't getting none up to this day. This is the end of July. This is the end of July. This is what we have going on in our Tobago space. This is what we have going on nationally, because there are a number of people who still have not received one grant. That the young lady was told that her rental grant is being processed in Tobago, but her salary relief grant is being processed in Trinidad. Why is it that we in Tobago not seen about we people? Do we have so many applications for social support in light of COVID that we could not process those grants here? That central government could not remit those funds to us for us to ensure that our people got those grants? Couldn't we do that? Thanks for the correction. 3,000 persons sent home from the Ministry of Tobago Development. The truth is a bitter pill to swallow for some people in these times, because they know they did the worst against Tobago. They perpetrated the worst acts against people of Tobago, and these are the same people. The same people you're going back to beg for a vote in 2020. It took 5 years. But according to my darling, who does come every night in meeting, God don't have cataract, and God don't have the glaucoma, and God don't have pajamas. Karma never forgets your address. That you in good conscience, as a wife and a mother, as an employee of the state, because don't get these politicians big-headed, they are our employees, that you presided over the sending home of 3,000 of our workers, mothers, fathers, young people, people with families, people with obligations. You sent them home, and there was nothing put in place for them to transition from one state of employment to another. That there were training programs going on, and you closed down this ministry in the middle of the training program so that persons couldn't even get the certificate of the qualification that they had worked hard to obtain. You couldn't even wait the little time for them to finish the training program. Or even if you had to close down the rest of the ministry, you put money into ensuring that the training program continued because it was something that was allowing the young persons and the persons in the training program to leave with a skill. So at least if you close it down, they have a certificate. They could go to another workplace, present the certificate and say, look, I did this training program. It was 3 months, it was 6 months, it was 9 months. Look at my qualification. You close it down before the training program was finished. You put 3,000 Tobagonians on the breadline with no alternative. And you're coming back and ask for a vote. Well, it's a shame. All I think people memory short. Tobago, I want all you to wake up. This is what they did. 3,000 Tobagonians come like the whole of Tobago because everybody knows somebody, whether it be a friend or family member, who worked in that ministry. Everybody in Tobago knows of somebody who was sent home from that ministry. And if they could do that to their own Tobago people, what stops them from doing that to you? I could recall back in 2009, the election campaign for 2009. Mr. Orville London, the then chief secretary, during that election campaign, stood up and said, nobody is going home from the THA. He said that. He was voted back into office in January 2009. And less than a month later, sent home all development workers. All I remember that? I hope all the memory is short this morning, and on these Wake Up Wednesdays, they sent home all development workers. No politician could wake up in the morning and decide to send home people. It's because they know they was sending them home a long time. Whether it is they know they couldn't continue to pay them, whether it is they know they didn't have material for them to work, whatever it was, they know, because these decisions are taken at executive council level. These decisions are taken at executive council level. You don't just get up one morning and decide to send home an entire workforce of men and women, mothers and fathers, heads of households, young people. You don't do that. And some of those persons were never rehired. Some of those persons never got back their jobs. Let we wake up to the reality. This is what they have done to us over the years. They have created a culture of make-work programs in Tobago. No sustainable employment, no sustainable industry. If we had the kind of leadership that we required in Tobago 20 years ago, and the investments that we required in our major industries, agriculture, fishing, sport, education, nobody would have to campaign in 2020. Nobody, because 20 years is a long time to set up an island. Right? 20 years is a long time to set up an island. To be able to chart a future of positive growth and development. 20 years is a long time. $45 billion is a lot of money. And what do we have to show for it? What do we have to show for it? We need to wake up. We need to look around. We need to look at ourselves. We need to take stock. We need to have a serious conversation with ourselves. We need not to be afraid to speak the truth, because the truth shall set you free. The truth shall set you free. Right? That in 2020, they come into you still with URP and CPEP. ANC is just thing to run them. That is an insult. When I talk to these young men in these communities and they have their qualifications in plumbing and electrical and joinery and masonry and carpentry and their subjects, their five subjects, their 5 passes, right? Their qualifications, and that they just want an opportunity to elevate themselves. And the only thing you look at, my strong young men of Tobago, the only thing you think they are worth is a URP job, is a 10 days. That's what you're coming to people with in 2020? You're ashamed? Tobago, you need to wake up. You need to wake up. You need to reject this notion that that is what you are worth. That I can meet a young lady who has a bachelor's degree in law. Right? A bachelor's degree in law. And she had to take a job frying chicken in a fast food establishment because every job that she applied to, they told her she was overqualified. But if she overqualified, it means she could do the job. And it means if she's applied for the job, that she's willing to subject herself to the terms and conditions of employment. So what you want to do, give somebody who just qualified, who don't have passion for the work, but reject somebody who overqualified, who has a passion to getting the job done, to the point where she has accepted a job frying chicken just to make ends meet? That there is no pride there, that she's willing to take anything that she can get because she knows she has to take care of herself and her daughter? And this is what we're doing to our Tobago people. That's what we're doing to our people. That's what we're doing to our young people. But they will say and do all manner of things to discredit an opposition that never had the chance to go in there. That everything that we have done, they have copied, they have followed. In response to COVID, we immediately said, you know what, Tobago has to put some serious attention on its food security. We started our seedling drive. You follow that. Right? Mr. Duke came up with a brilliant idea. Let us fix people's roofs. A program that will continue long after the election bells have stopped ringing. You're cussing Mr. Duke. You cry down 2 sheets of galvanized. You talk down to the effort. And it wasn't Mr. Duke's effort. Mr. Duke may have came up with the idea, but it's the communities that ran with it. The party supplies the materials, the community fixes the homes. Men in the community have volunteered their time, and you would think that that is something that they would want to encourage. The fact that we could go back to communities taking care of themselves and people helping one another. But no, you cried on Mr. Duke. You cried on 2 sheets of galvanized. Well, let me tell you something. 70 families across Tobago are happy for them 2 sheets of galvanized. Because we had bad weather over the weekend and we have bad weather to come. And trust me, they're very thankful. They are very thankful that they can go to sleep knowing that the 2 sheets of galvanized that the PDP donate is on top their roof and not lying in a hardware store somewhere that they can't afford to buy. They are happy for it. They are thankful for it. But you who are in the position, you who is in charge, you who have access to state resources, you don't care that these people are in need. And what I'm hearing from people across Tobago is that they don't trust the systems to work for them. Some of them have applied for years for assistance to THA entities. Years they have been waiting. Persons who have applied after them have gotten through with assistance and their applications are still pending. That they have been told their applications have gone missing. And all you're talking about performance, all you're talking about delivery, all you're not performing, all you're not delivering because the people crying out that there is unequal access to resources in Tobago. Let we wake up. There's a law for some and other laws for others. Let we wake up to that reality. Let us wake up to that reality. Anybody who is an independent observer, standing on the outside looking in, who came to Tobago 20 years ago and who is walking around Tobago now, who is talking to people in communities, who is looking at communities, will be disappointed. They wouldn't see where $45 billion was spent. They wouldn't be able to pinpoint it. Yeah, we have a hospital. Yeah, we have a cultural complex that cannot be used. They ain't talking about that. Let them come out and tell you the status of the Shaw Park Cultural Complex. Let them tell you where a $1 billion plus investment, what its status for today. That Tobagonians waited so long for it to be built and it cannot be used. That is an indictment on their leadership or lack of leadership. That is an indictment. We are staring at a $1 billion white elephant. And let me emphasize on the billion, not 1 million. All a cry down Hotroy Charles for a $1 million macaroni man up Signal Hill. Well, I'm crying you down for a $1 billion water tank in Shore Park. That is what I'm crying you down for, because we cannot use it. Let them answer to you. Let them tell you the status of the Shore Park Cultural Complex. Let we wake up, Tobagonians. Let we wake up. Let we stop sleeping. Let we force ourselves to accept the truth, as hard and as ugly as it might be. As hard and as ugly as it might be. They have had 20 years to turn around this island. I could remember the days when we were welcoming international visitors in the region of 80,000, 90,000 a year. Now we barely getting 20,000 and people clapping themselves. Decreases, fall off in visitor arrivals. Territories smaller than us, with far less resources than us, with less modern facilities than us. I've seen 1 million plus visitors per year. We could barely get 20,000. And somebody clapping themselves on their back for that. The business people of Tobago, I'm calling you out this morning. You have been feeling the pinch. You know what it means to try to operate business in a negative and hostile business environment. And some of you have been benefiting from your associations with the ruling regime. But a vast majority of you have been feeling the pinch. A vast majority of you have had to scale down your businesses, have had to let go workers, are up to your necks in debt. The vast majority of you did not get any support during COVID. You still had to pay workers. And where the state should have been able to step in and provide some kind of support to our businesses, and I'm not talking nationally here, I'm not talking about what the government did with banks, I'm not talking about NEDCO and these initiatives, I'm talking about the Tobago House of Assembly using its authority and powers to make decisions to take care of its own people in a time of disaster. COVID was not just a medical issue or a medical disaster. COVID was a financial and economic disaster for Tobago that some businesses will never recover from. Some businesses will never reopen. Some persons will never be re-employed in the places that they've used to work. Where was the THA to support these businesses? Right? Business people, I know you understand, because you are the ones in the midst of the storm. You are the ones, in spite of that situation with that ferry service. May it never happen again. That you held fast to your commitment to providing your service to the people of Tobago, and I thank you. I thank you. And I can't even vex with you in terms of the markup. I can't vex. You know why I can't vex? That ain't no easy thing to do. Going up and down via ferry between Trinidad and Tobago to get goods to come up to Tobago is no easy thing. There is no guarantees. None whatsoever. A businessman can't even plan his business properly. Because when he go in to get tickets sold out. If he gets you on a standby, there's no assurance that he's going to get back to Tobago when he needs to. All of that takes away, that all of that adds to the cost of doing business in Tobago. The unreliability of our ferry service adds to the cost of doing business in Tobago. So I can't vex with the markup. I just have to close my eye and pay it. Because somebody living in Trinidad don't have to worry about that. Somebody living in Trinidad does not have to worry about an exorbitant markup, because the businessman in Trinidad don't have to be on the ferry every 2 days or every 3 days bringing goods. They have international seaports in Trinidad. His goods are coming directly to him from wherever he ordered them. China, Singapore, Japan, wherever, Mexico, wherever. It is landing there right on his doorstep, basically. That I can speak to a businessman who is doing business in Tobago and who told me, and this is a very critical issue, I want all to listen, that he paid for some goods to come from Guyana, paid for them to be landed in Scarborough. And because Scarborough is not because of the cost involved in bringing that shipment directly here, he had to take extra material to make sure that the person who was sending material actually made a profit from providing the service. Paid for the material to be brought directly into Tobago, right? And this was perishable material. It took a short time to leave Guyana to get to this country, but you know where it ended up? It didn't reach to Tobago. It was landed in Point Lisas. And that businessman was told by the broker that Trinidad and Tobago is one country. So his goods were landed at the nearest international port, which was Point Lisas, even though he paid for them to come to Scarborough. And he had to pay trucks to transport. By the time he got that material cleared in Point Lisas, and he had to pay trucks to transport that material from Point Lisas to Port of Spain, to pay for that material to come from Port of Spain for Tobago. He lost the entire shipment. To this day, 2 of the containers of materials cannot be located. He lost the entire shipment. It was a contract that he had to supply something. He did all his due diligence. He went to Guyana, sourced the products, paid his money to get it brought to Tobago. But because we in Tobago, nobody seen about Tobago business, so that businessmen are left at the mercy of the laws, mercy at the loopholes in the laws. We have nobody to advocate for that. That his materials was landed in Point Lisas and they tell him is one country. That is what we face in Tobago. We is only one country conveniently. They landed his material in Point Lisas. He had to pay for that material to leave Point Lisas and go to Port of Spain. And then had to get that material from Port of Spain to Scarborough. And by the time that material got here, he lost the entire shipment. That is money he will never get back. That is a loss. That was a blow to his business. It's cheaper for a businessman in Trinidad. It's cheaper for him to have gotten that contract to do that job than the man in Tobago who have the skill and the expertise to do it. We have talented tradesmen here. We have excellent businessmen and women here. But because we have poisoned the business environment in Tobago, they can't live. They can't live. And you know who feel in the pinch? Consumers. I want all you to wake up. That even though this is one country, it is more expensive to live in Tobago than in Trinidad. That is fact. But they're not coming to you with solutions to that problem. They're not coming to you with solutions. You know what they're coming to tell you? Watson Duke is UNC. Tashia Boris is One Bread. That's what they're telling you. No solutions, bereft of ideas. Nothing to advance the interests of all the citizens of Tobago don't want to ask a question. Even if they were doing their research, they would look at the Constitution and the laws and realize that some of these laws are written in such a way that it's a disadvantage to persons who live in Tobago, that there are loopholes. That is why we need things like pension reform. We need to be able to process the pension of our pensioners right in Tobago. Why in this day and age, 2020, with so much technology at our fingertips, that documents have to be sent to Trinidad to process the pensions of public servants in Tobago? In 2020, we don't have fax machines, we don't have email, we don't have scanners, we don't have none of them things. And that when those documents get to Trinidad, they are still being misplaced, that they are still being lost. I want all you to wake up. Because maybe we have gotten so used to the situation being the way it is that we don't even recognize that it is unfair anymore. That we just almost accept that is what we have to endure in Tobago. And we do that. We do as best as we could. But Tobago, it is unfair. It is unfair that we sing a national anthem every night before we start our proceedings. And we sing the line side by side. We stand knowing fully well that we don't live side by side. We don't live side by side. Then we wake up and accept that reality. They're coming over here to tell you who to vote for and who not to vote for, but they're not addressing the inequality that exists in Tobago and versus Trinidad society. The cost of living, all have to wake up. That my dollar in Tobago is almost worthless. I could remember what the days when a dinner mint was 10 cents. In some places, a dinner mint could be about $1. Right? When you look at the cost of basic goods and services in Tobago versus Trinidad, and none of them who have been in power for so long can tell you how we plan to address that. And that is something that once you elect me as your representative, that is something that is at the top of my agenda. How do we address that disparity in the cost of living between Trinidad and Tobago? What needs to be done? We have our research institutions. We have the University of the West Indies. We have the PRDI in Tobago. We need to get our brains on this. Let them do the research. Let them come back and tell us that there is a 33% price differential between the cost of living in Tobago versus Trinidad. And these are the ways that we can address it, because I don't know. I don't know. So I will lean on the experts to tell me. And if it requires some change in the law, if it requires some change in the legislation, if it requires for us to craft new legislation in terms of price controls to ensure that the two islands enjoy the same kinds of prices on the open market, that we are creating the avenues to build our economy in Tobago so that we will have better economies of scale. Those are the things that I need to advocate for, because when I go in the grocery, my PDP card don't give me a discount. My PDP card does not give me a discount, and your PNM party card not giving you a discount neither. This is something that all Tobagonians are feeling. That is what representation looks like. We have to address that. We have to address that. We have persons in the form of Dr. Vanish James. And I find out last night is my family, father's side. Good morning, Dr. James. Who have been doing the research for years. We have young people who have gotten qualified. They know the figures. They know the numbers. They have an excitement for research. They know it. They know it. Right? They want to just be able to be part of some think tank. And I want to put together a think tank I want to see a day when the best and brightest minds in Tobago come together to transform this space. That will be an exciting time for me. Those who live in Tobago, those who live in Trinidad, who will dial in from the diaspora. I want a Tobago think tank. I don't want a recovery team, because a recovery team does only go in to help the wounded and bury the dead. That's what recovery teams do. Right? That's what recovery teams do. We need our best and brightest minds. Not just those who are in Tobago, but those who are outside looking in, those who are in Trinidad, those who are outside in the diaspora. These persons are more than willing to lend their assistance to building this Tobago into a Tobago that we all can be proud of. I just want to read a comment from someone who texted in this morning. Good morning. I have been saying that the youths of Tobago will be the change agents for the best Tobago. My faith is in the youths. However, you need to recognize the value of your life. You are full of potential, and to realize that potential, you have to send a resounding message with your vote. Your vote is priceless. You have nothing to fear but fear itself. We cannot continue to live in a country where corruption, nepotism, intimidation, and hopelessness reigns, where a select few enjoy the wealth. Send a message. I will not be bought. I believe in you. I am counting on you. Go vote PDP. Vote for your empowerment. Thank you. Thank you for that comment. Thank you for that comment. Right? Recognize your potential, my young people. You are invaluable to this struggle. You are not to be dispensed with. You are not simply bodies. You are not simply numbers on a pay sheet. All of you have these seeds buried in you by God for greatness, because God always gives you everything that you need to fight the battles that you have to fight in life. Don't think that God left anything out. Everything that you need lives in you because He put it in you. And because He put it in you, He knows that you are prepared for whatever may come. That He created you strong. He created man in His own image. You don't know how important that Bible verse is. It means the strength of God is buried in you. Right? And let us stop selling that potential, that God potential, short. Right? God is not a God of corruption. God is not a God of confusion. God is not a God of wickedness and evil and spite. They will come to you and pretend to be of God, but judge them by their actions and their words. Are they a glory to God? Because when you could pray on a morning and then turn around and victimize me in the afternoon, you're a devil. You are a devil. Victimize me for my political choice. Victimize me for wearing a black jersey. Victimize me for speaking up for my rights. Victimize me for defending myself. Victimize me for exercising my democratic right to choose. If you could pray in the morning and read the Bible on Sunday, but come Monday morning and stress me, you are a devil. And we have plenty devils walking around this Tobago. All I need to wake up. We have plenty devils in human form walking around this Tobago. They are the biggest so-called Christians out there. There's the one who always had the best prayers. They're front and center in the church on Sunday. They want people to lay hands on them. But by Monday morning, they're plotting your demise. They're plotting for you. They're vexed with you. They're watching your Facebook to see what you post up there. They're watching your dress code to see what you're wearing. They're watching PDP Live to see if you walk across the screen in a PDP jersey. And when they see it, they're ready for you in the workplace. They're telling you all manner of nonsense. We have too many devils walking around in human form in Tobago. We need to mash that up. We need to wake up Tobago. That is not the Tobago we have to be living in, because all are we is one family. All are we is one family. My great-grandfather had 80-something children. I can't look for no husband here. All are we related either by blood or by marriage. So when you do somebody, you're doing your own blood. You're doing your own family by marriage. That. What you don't want for yourself, you cannot want for other people. You cannot do that. Right? We all have our role to play. We all have our role to play. But I'm talking about leadership, because politics is a waste of time. Politics is just lies and tricks. I'm talking about leadership. I'm talking about representation. Because a man don't need a ministerial portfolio to represent his constituents. A man or woman does not need a ministry to be able to do things to transform their communities. The people in the communities themselves, with the right kind of investment and the right kind of motivation, will get up and transform their own communities. That is why representative needs to be leaders, and not leaders by appointment, which is what man give you, but leaders by divine alignment, which is what God give you. Not everybody was born to be a leader. That is why if you know you don't have that talent, stay away from representing people, because you will disappoint people. You will lie to them. You will make them promises that you know you cannot keep. And we have been seeing it. Election season in and election season out, people go there. They know they don't have that leadership seed buried in them, but they talk a good talk and they walk a good walk and they put on the fancy clothes and they could pretend well. But the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Our co-worker always used to say that. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. And it's when you eat the pudding you realize the pudding sour. It ain't no taste. There's no sweetness there. Because it look good on the outside. All that glitters is not gold. It look good on the outside, but it rotten on the inside. I have seen them take the Tobago House of Assembly and waste down that house to a bacchanal parlor. They waste down that house. It hurts my heart to know that we have assemblymen, former assemblymen and women who are still alive for today, hurting. Because they remember the days when they were being paid $1,800 a month to serve, and the position of an assemblyman or woman was a part-time job. That they had to serve in the house, serve their persons in their electoral district, and they still had to have a day work. And the persons who put forward themselves to those positions did it out of love of island and love of country. They are hurting for today. They are hurting because they are seeing now a group of people representing a party who never wanted that house to begin with. They will never tell you that. All I need to wake up. They've voted against that house. They did not want the Tobago House of Assembly. They did not want Tobago to get its autonomy, and it shows to this present day. And they're in there playing Dolly House. They're in there playing Dolly House. Now they're getting paid exorbitant salaries to cost Tobago people. They are getting paid exorbitant salaries not to do their jobs, not to deliver, to ensure that they're getting paid exorbitant salaries to ensure that only certain people could benefit and the rest are we have to suffer. That is what you elect them for? Is that what you elected them for? To go and preen and pose in white boots and black boots and green boots and wherever boots they're posing in. Day in, day out taking pictures. But farmers still cannot get water to water their crops. That wells that have been dug to ensure that the water levels or to get access, so for people to get access to water in Tobago, that some of those wells have not even been brought into operation. That in 2020s farmers still complaining about water. Water. 20 years since your party come in power and farmers still complaining about access to water. All you need to wake up. You all need to wake up. Right? For those of you who want to call in and join the conversation with me, number to call is 717-9591. That number again, 717-9591. And if you want to send me a text to read on air, that number is 734-6355. Today's Wake Up Wednesdays. Good morning, Nyasha. I see that you now wake up. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for those of you who have joined me this morning. Wherever you are listening to my voice, whether you're watching my live or you're online, thank you We have plenty to be thankful for. We woke up this morning. And although my days are long, they're pretty long. And they're kind of hard. I wake up every morning with prayers of thanks. I have a new ache in some place every single day. But I wake up every morning with prayers of thanks. Because it's one more day that I have to fulfill God's purpose on my life on this earth. We'll take this call. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Sister B.
Yes.
How are you this morning?
Yes, I'm fine, sir. How are you?
Well, I'm trying to keep good. Believe it. It was so great last night. It can't be better than that. And I'm hoping that the people of Tobago do the right thing. I'm telling you, because what I saw last night, it reminded me of Pamela Nicholson and Mr. Robinson. So I'm hoping that people in Tobago recognize Miss Pamela Nicholson and whether deceased Murray Robinson when Mr. Ogie is alive. Even not more, we must consider these people. And I am telling you, that is the way to go. Let the people on the ground know that we are suffering. Let me bury our heads in the sand. You understand? Because what they are getting, that can't help them. I'm telling you. They need to get better than that, especially CPEP. Yeah? They need to do better than that. So who vex, that is their business. Who vex lost, I gone. You have a good day. We'll see the talk.
Thank you, caller. Yes, last night was I couldn't ask for a better night, a better evening last night. Yeah? For those of you who want to call in, the number is 717-9591. That number again is 717-9591. Tell me what you need to wake up to Tobago. Speak your truths. This is your opportunity to speak your truth. Yeah? Because there is power in speaking truth. There is power in speaking truth. This generation is a generation that we are poised to take our place, and we can only do so if we have the tools to do so. We have another call on the line. Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Boris. You are the person to represent us in this new election season. You are young, intelligent, articulate, a woman of substance. You are confident, truthful, and humble. You are gold, and we need to know that. We need to know that you are lighting the darkness. You are blessing us in every way. You are the hope for the hopeless. You are gifted and talented. And may God bless you on your journey. Abundantly may He bless you, because you are directing the people who are lost. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the encouragement, and thank you for the sentiments and the best wishes. I mean, I could only do what God has purposed for me to do. God in everything. I say G-I-E, God in everything. Even when things seem to be going wrong in my human understanding of it going wrong, I say G-I-E, God in everything. And I want Tobago to understand that God has His hand in everything. That's why I could still smile when I come here and spend time with you on a morning. That is why I don't let the detractors and the negative get me down. Because, you know, as long as you have life, you learn. You know, people would come up to me every night. They would give their advice. They would give their criticisms too. And I take it all in good stride. I mean, I know that there are some people you all have been asking to see me. I know that. Yeah? And there are 27,000 electors in Tobago West. And I wish that I can meet all of you before Monday the 10th. I wish that I could. I'll try my best to meet as many of you as I could. Even if I'm walking down the street going to buy a biscuit in the shop, I'll say hi. I'll talk. I'll hold a hand. I will shake a hand. I will anything. Because I know that the work is plenty, very much unlike who we are fighting against. We don't have physical resources. We don't. It is people who have jumped on board the PDP message. They come out in their droves every night. They put gas in their own cars. They leave wherever they live and they come to wherever we are just to be in that crowd. But when our political meetings are over and we are back in our community, sometimes I only have 2 or 3 people who are available at any given time to walk with me or to walk in my absence. Sometimes it's just one person. So I'm saying to you guys, for those of you out there in your communities who have been asking to see me, I am going to come. I mean, there's no guarantee that you might be there when I do come, but I'll try my best to meet all of you. I will try my best to touch each and every one of you, and that is why I like to use these platforms, the radio, and even the political meetings and all of these things, to try to see how I can use my voice, because you may not see me in the flesh. In fact, sometimes when I go in certain places, people still don't recognize me, and I'm kind of okay with that, because I'm not really that kind of person. I'm still getting used to being in the limelight, so to speak. So I'm still a very humble person. Like when I walk into crowds, if I try to make eye contact with someone and they smile, then I put out my hand and thing. I'm still kind of getting used to this idea of walking into people's yards and just simply introducing myself, because I've always just been a very reserved person. But my voice is here. God has given me this voice. And in everything that I say and I do, I want to use this voice to His glory, because I recognize that people have been lacking hope. They have been lacking hope for a very, very long time. I could stand on a platform and talk about policy all night. I can lay out the most elaborate of plans we have for Tobago's development. But if I cannot inspire my people, because it's the people have to do the work, not me. I can't build a house. I can't build a society. I can't build a community. I have 2 children and I still need assistance with them. They still need a support system. They still need their parents, both their parents. They still need their grandparents. They still need their family and their friends. They need a network. So I can't do nothing by myself. Any politician who come to you and tell you that they can give you something by themselves, they are lying to you. No politician could give you nothing by themselves. You know why? There are systems in place. If a politician say he could give you a work, it's because he had to go to somebody to find out if there's a job available, and then he knows that there's a vacancy. He could come back to you and says, yes, there's a vacancy. This is where the vacancy exists. But he can't just give you a work unless he hiring you and paying you out of his pocket. Right? So that if I cannot inspire my people, us, we, not just me, not just you, we have to get the job done. If I can't inspire you to work, then nothing happens. Nothing happens. You can elect me for 5 years and I do nothing for 5 years. We have seen representatives who've done that. Do nothing and get paid for 5 years. But I don't have any intention of failing. None whatsoever. Because it's high time that we get on to work in this country. It's high time that we address that issue about productivity in Tobago. And it starts with leadership. It starts with putting people in charge who can inspire people to work. I have a story to tell all you. Fali Chavez Augustine, who is our Chief Secretary candidate. Good morning, Fali. He is part of the executive of the Sides Football Club in Speyside. And they were coming down to the end of their season last year. Good morning to all those who are Sides fans. One of my favorite football teams. I have several in Tobago. Sides, Bethel United, Good morning to you guys. They were coming down to the end of the season last year. And there were some issues with venues. And Fali was able to mobilize those young men to get up on a Sunday morning and go and cut the grass on Speyside Field and mark that field just to ensure that their home game could be played in Speyside. Fali did that, and that is just one example of the things that Fali is able to accomplish simply because he's the kind of person that he is. that Mr. Watson Duke, when he got his idea for this no leaking roof initiative, was able to mobilize young men in Tobago East to immediately start working on repairing the roofs of persons. And that takes leadership. It takes leadership to get people to produce when you're not even paying them. That takes leadership. That takes leadership. And it also takes on their part, their commitment. They're wanting to see the place improve. They're wanting to be part of something bigger than themselves. And I know Tobagonians want to see the place improve. I know Tobagonians want to be part of something that is bigger than themselves. I know Tobagonians want to be able to build whatever they build. And when they're done building, they want to be able to stand back and say, yes, boy, job well done, boy, we did well. That is what my guys do. Good morning, extraction team. That when the last nail is screwed in to whatever roof they're working on, and the last man off the roof is usually Ernie. Good morning, Ernie. I just call him Spider-Man because sometimes he do have a lot and he ending up on people's roof. The last man who comes off the roof. And you know what the team does? The team sits around while the sun is setting, having lunch at sometimes 5, 6 o'clock in the evening together. And they're just looking at the roof. And they're talking to one another and they're saying, job well done. They're saying, job well done. That for every single thing that they accomplish, how small it might be, it is a huge thing because they did it together. And that team, I did not know these men before 5 weeks ago. I didn't know them personally. They knew that I was the candidate. But I have forged such a lasting relationship with those young men. Yeah. That all they want for me to do is just show up on the work site. Tell them good morning, check up on them. I not ponging a nail, I not sawing a piece of lumber. They will show me, I will try my hand. But they get the job done. And you know what pushes them? Not just for me. They don't do it just for me. They do it because they know that they could give back. That they know that the work that they do is so important. That it's helping build back their Tobago society one house at a time. One roof at a time. They said drop does fill bucket. One cocoa does fill basket. Let we wake up. Let we relight that fire of Tobago community pride. Yes, Carlos, thanks for that. Let we relight that fire. One roof at a time. We have a list long time. And I feel bad because I don't have 10 extraction teams to work with. If I had 10 of such teams that I could deploy in every community in Tobago, I just have to sit back and watch them work. Just ensure they get materials and sit back and watch them work. Because those guys are committed. And not just those guys, there are young people across Tobago who are committed. That in spite of what they see, in spite of what they experience, in spite of what they feel, they love this island. And they're willing to fight for this island. And a lot of those young persons have joined the PDP. And there are some of those young persons who are still in other parties. And I commend them. I commend them in their space if it is they want to do all the things necessary for all Tobagonians to benefit. But there is a small group of people in this Tobago here who are intent on having Tobagonians remain in bondage, remain in slavery. That is what they want. And they will do anything to destroy anybody who they think is a threat. Why is it that I'm getting phone calls that people are asking for the proper spelling of my name and Mr. Watson Duke's name to put on papers in coffins to float down in the riverside, like if we don't know that is part of our culture. My name on a billboard by the corner by Signal Hill. It passing here every single day. I don't ask nobody how to spell my name. It is Tashia, Tashia, Grace, Grace, Burris. For those of you who want to know how to spell my name, to do your simidimi, that is my name. I give you, because you know why? Grace means unmerited favor. So be careful of what you do, because everything that you do comes back to haunt you. Everything you do. The hole that you dig for me, just make sure and dig a next one now. Yeah? Because I am about my Father's business. I didn't put myself here. I didn't jump up in this dance because I feel that I needed something for my resume, or I just wanted the stress of becoming a representative. No. My people have been crying out. And I could no longer ignore those cries. And God has placed me in this time. Last night somebody asked me, where have you been all this time? I tell them that God does hide you until He's ready for you, you know. God protects you. I went through my seasons of fire. And those seasons of fire have shaped me into the woman that I am, that I could lead you in this time. That in spite of the licks that they put on my back, I can stand strong and protect my people. Because if I wasn't the person that I am today, they would have broken me months ago. They would have broken me weeks ago. Right? They would have broken me. Touch not the Lord's anointed. Yeah? So get back to the issues. Get back to a fair and clean fight. Get back to talking about what you did when you had the chance, when you were there, and what you would do if you are given another chance. Ask for forgiveness for failing the people. Ask for forgiveness for not performing up to the standard that was expected of you. Ask for forgiveness for not being available. Ask for forgiveness for not being seen in your communities after you were elected. Ask for forgiveness for not answering your phone and your messages. Ask for forgiveness. Ask for forgiveness. Humble yourself. And then maybe the people may listen. Because at the end of the day, the election is won on election day. I could only do my best. I could only run the best race that I can run. And that is my intent, to run the best race that I can run. And wherever the chips fall on August 10th, I have made all peace with that. You will never hear me say I want to win. I don't want to win for me. I want to win for my people. Because I know what my type of representation will be for my people. And what will it do for my people? My win, this win, any win is for the people. The win is for the people. If but for the people, why are we there? What's the role of governance? What's the role of government? We only remember the people around election time. It's only around election time people need food card. It's only around election time people need hamper. It's only around election time that people need jobs. So they'll suffer them for 5 years. They don't vote for you, so you forget about them. The vote don't go on, you don't go in parliament, you gain your big work, you gain your salary, you don't care who's starving. You galvanize yourself into office on the backs of poor people. You don't care who's suffering. Some of the salaries of these ministers, you don't think they could have dipped in their own pocket and help people? Even if it's one family, 2 families, 5 families. You could fix a roof, you could build a toilet and bath, you could approach businessmen, ask them to donate materials, ask young men to donate their time. That's what leadership looks like. Money is not everything. You don't always need money to get the job done. You don't always need money, but if you have a good name in the community, if you have a good name in society, if people could trust you, then they will be willing to assist you. I know of countless businessmen who want to assist people, and they can't even come out and say they're supporting the PDP. Why? Because of victimization. You have created an environment where people are afraid to help people. That is what you have done. That is what you have done. That businessmen have an apprehension to donate to our campaign, the things that we are doing to try to help people in communities, because they say, I don't look out for my contract. They can't know that is me donate this. Since when Tobago has become that kind of society, where all you literally will take bread out of people's mouth because they're supporting something good? That is what all you're doing? Tobago, all I need to wake up. I'm not talking stories. I'm not making things up. This is not my opinion. This is reality. This is fact. Cold, hard fact. Cold, hard fact. We have created an environment where people are simply afraid to make a different choice. And I'm saying to you, Tobago, this morning, we are the ones in charge of our salvation. The choices that you make come August 10th and January 2021 will determine where we go from here. And the PDP wants a Tobago society where everybody could live good. We say PDP people alone have to live good. Everybody, you should be free to support whatever party. When we pass them on their walkabouts, we say good afternoon, hi, how you going, you're good. No animosity. No cussing. Even when people cuss me and say there is PNM, I just say, well, all right, sir, God bless you, and walk out the yard. No love lost. Because you know what I have to do. I can't hold that in my mind. Because I'm aspiring to represent you, regardless of what your political affiliation is. Because if something affects you, I'm not asking you if you're supporting me in order to fix it. If the road affecting you, it's affecting everybody, I don't fix the road. You think if I pave in the road, I can't just pave everybody else's road and then because you cost me, leave your part unpaved and then go continue after you? That making sense? We have another call on the line. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, my dear. Good morning. I just want to tell you, hold strong. So you last night at the thing in Bethel. The party continues to grow strength by strength. Recently support on the ground, and it just continue doing what they're doing, and things are going to happen. Things are going to happen. Yes, it's just unfortunate that as the Bible said, without a vision, the people will perish. And I want people in Tobago to really think about that. Without a vision, people perish. We have been going a particular way without any kind of growth on this island for decades and decades and decades. We only get the crumbs when coming that falls off the bread. When each year comes from Trinidad, all the focus is on Trinidad. I want to know if the people in Tobago don't dream big at all. I really want to know what are their dreams and aspirations for this island, for the children, the future generations of this island. What are the future? Are we just supposed to make children, educate them to the highest level, and then put them out for exportation, export them to other countries, to build other countries, Trinidad and other countries? Or do we want to see ourselves like Singapore, for example, where we are a light to the rest of the Caribbean and the world with the potential that we have? We must sit down and take stock and look inward to ourselves and say, what kind of Tobago do we really want? We have always been in the shadow of Trinidad for all these years. We have nothing in Tobago. No factories producing anything really. We don't export anything. We should have been exporting now from our quarry, brake shoes and sandpaper. That would have been over 2 decades now, and the PNM destroyed that when that investor came to Tobago. So what kind of Tobago do we want? Honestly, think about, look into your hearts and think honestly, the people of Tobago. Do not be distracted. Do not be fearful. We want a better Tobago. We want things to grow. We want proper jobs for our children and so on. I don't know what, again, you have to say. But people create, they find ways to create their own enslavement. I don't know why. I know it's because of fear and because they're not accustomed to be in a place of investment and so on. So that's why they're so fearful that, everything seems unachievable, out of their league. Why you see they behave like that? So let's continue sending the message and continue educating the people so that we can do 1,000 times better than what we're doing right now than just begging. All right? So you enjoy and have a good day.
Thank you so much, caller. Thank you for calling in. And he's correct. What kind of Tobago do we want? Are we happy with the state of Tobago as it is now? Right? And listen to me, don't think that for 1 second that it can be changed and rebuilt overnight. It took 20 years to get us to this point, right? It'll take some time for us to jumpstart our development, to kickstart our development once again. But you know what is a very real example? And again, this is not what I'm making up, this is what I see. I could remember being in Trinidad immediately after I did my bachelor's. And this would have been 2008, 2009, 2010. Right before the election. And I used to be in Shogunas all the time because I had my little job. I used to buy my little cheap clothes in Shogunas, my little cheap jeans and my nice shoes from Catwalk and these things, you know. So I always used to look forward to going to Shogunas to shop. I stopped going to Trinidad from about 2010 onwards. I had my daughter. The People's Partnership was elected into governance. We have a call on the line. I'll continue my story after. Hello, good morning.
Good morning to my line. This is one of your patterns to speak. This morning, I just want to make something clear on air. I've gotten 3 calls and they are very disturbing, so I am now going to speak to Tobago. I worked in URP North. I was called to a meeting 2 Fridays ago. In that meeting, I was told by an assemblyman that URP is a political tool, so we need to be careful what we are doing. That meeting went on and it was ended. I was called to another meeting on Wednesday last week. Before I approached the meeting, I was told by a supervisor from the north that I am going to be put in a position where they would not fire me from URP, but I would be most uncomfortable Tobago. I asked why. He said to me that I have to be careful. Remember, URP is a political tool. They do not have a problem with me not supporting, but why am I in the front page and speaking on the mic? I can call name, but the time will come for that. I approached the meeting on Wednesday, and I was accompanied by 2 respectable men of Tobago. Again, Tobago, do not call my phone and tell me that I am ungrateful to the PNM. They did nothing for me. I worked in Ayana Westeroy office, and I work and get paid. She did not give me anything for free. I worked in the URP for many years. I did not get anything free, Tobago. I had to go to work. I was pushed around in the URP for the past months from Mariah to Golden Lane to Mount Thomas and up and up and up. And I took it. Now I decide to move on. Why it is so hard for you to understand. In that meeting on Wednesday, I am back to it, I was told by the regional, the super coordinator of URP, that you are no longer in the women's program. You are excused from the meeting. I would place you somewhere else. I've been taking this for the whole week. My pressure is high. I'm not saying anything to be able. Do not disturb me. My choice of going to the PDP is my choice. And I am saying, when I left that meeting, she told me she would call me back to Tobago and tell me where my next destination or placement would be. And I have not yet complained to anybody. And I'm now saying this morning, she have never called me. I have all the WhatsApp messages that I would have sent her. I have all the voicemail that I would have sent her. I have all the time and day that I would have called her. And from last week, Wednesday, yes, Tobago, till this morning, I am home. They did not place me anywhere after more than 11 years going. So how am I not to speak out? How am I not to let the people of Tobago know how I am being victimized? Come on, I owe Ayana Westeroy and the PNM nothing. Not one thing. And I am saying this, and I am only pushed to speak that I did nothing wrong by choosing the party that I wanted to choose, Tobago. It is hurting me. And they go on to say that I have evidence from the URP office given to Mr. Watson Solomon Duke to campaign on. What URP do cannot fill his pocket and cannot push him forward. What URP did is victimizing people, and he is here to change it. I don't have to tell Mr. Watson Solomon Duke of the corruption in URP. I don't have to tell him of the ghost people that working in URP. I don't have to tell him those things. He don't need to know those things from me. The public is wild and Tobago is wild, and the tongue is speaking on the ground. So I am saying Tobago this morning, I've had enough. Stop calling my phone and telling me I'm humbugging anybody. I am not humbugging anybody. They are humbugging me. I have bills to pay. I have children to mind. And I am saying, and I know many of you are shocked this morning, from last week Wednesday to this morning, I am home without a placement in the URP. Come on. Hell no. Leave me alone. Thank you, Tobago.
Well, I don't even know what to say. I am on the verge of tears right now because all you're doing, all your own people that. Thank you, caller, for calling and sharing your story, because when I say they go say I'm lying, when we stand up on a platform, they say we're making bacchanal. But when the people start to speak out about the injustices that they have been suffering, because that, then I know next word to describe what that is. I hear like I want to cry, honestly. I want to cry. Because URP is a political tool that not coming out your pocket. That is taxpayers' funds. That is taxpayers' money. And holding it over the head of people for a vote. You are despicable, whoever you are. Whoever the persons are involved in this and other acts like this against Tobago people, you are despicable. You are despicable. Despicable, reprehensible behavior. And Tobago don't want no part of this. We don't want no part of this. Better you fire yourself. Fire yourself. Because when the PDP goes in, we don't want no part of that. If you cannot change, if you cannot repent, if you cannot ask for forgiveness for your sins, it's better you fire yourself. Because we don't want them kind of people dealing with people. We don't want the kind of people who will try to undermine us, the work that we are trying to do to rebuild this Tobago. Some of you will be like vipers, like snakes, trying to undermine the work of good men and good women who just want to see everybody live good. Fire yourself. All you're too wicked in this place. All you're too wicked. All you cannot be doing people these things. Poor people don't have a voice. This party has given them a voice. People didn't have any hope. This party has given them some hope. When I look at the faces of PDP supporters in our meetings, all I see is love. All I see is happy people. People just want to be free. People want to be liberated. And all you so want to keep us enslaved to you and your ideologies that have done nothing to build this society, that you will destroy us. You will take away our livelihoods. You all will drive our name under the white line in the road. This is the lens you will do to hold on to power. Tobago people, GIE. GIE. God in everything. God in everything. And God has his hand in this election. God has his hand in it. We have another call. Good morning, caller. Caller, good morning. Caller, hello.
Hello, morning, Tash. How are you doing?
I'm trying to keep up.
All right, you be strong. I in the back of you. I in the right to the back of you, rubbing your shoulder and thing. Yeah, now, I want to voice this on you. My husband was locked up in March, right? For maintenance. No crime and thing. But he was just locked up for maintenance. And since he came back out, he ended on March, somewhere in April there. He had his letter from the prison to go back to get his job, right? And hello?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
All right. And since he come back out from prison, he carrying the letter. They tell him 2 weeks. Then they come back again 1 week. Then they come back again, we go call you. If he call them, they're calling him. Well, he decide he go in. When he go in now, they're telling him he had to come back 2 weeks again. Now time going the man he had bank to pay. Yeah, he churn on them to mine and everything. And he going down in works there. I can't remember the lady name, but I think I shouldn't call her name. But anyway, he went to Punchin, who is the union, because he just pay union. Punchin say he go down there. He got thing when you Punchin send him, tell him like go, he go get the letter the Monday. When he got the Monday, they said the letter already yet. Right? Me and know what kind of thing going on in that place. Sometime when he got there, the woman gone funeral. The woman, she there in some meeting, either she come in yet, she coming in little later on and this and that. And then there's people who going in the bank when the month come and looking for a proper salary. They're never in office there to see about people and to give people the service that they want. But when the month come, they go on and join people money. And my husband home from since March month 10 till now, today is the 29th of July. And up to now, my husband can't go back in work yet. Right, bank writing him and all kind of thing, and nobody can assist him and into the man to get back to get paper to call for the supervisor to tell him, well, yes, you could resume work from Monday or wherever. Right, I did call and make some reports and thing, and like I don't know, like that is them work, like that is them work and them house down there. The man need his job to go back. He need a letter to go back to his job because it's way past time. And up to now, they can't give him a letter for him to go back to his job place since March month 10. We're in July month 10 now. Don't ask what's going on in the bank with his loan and stuff.
You talk about?
I don't know if you know anybody that you know me quite well, you know. You know me quite well. you know me quite well. I don't want to call my name on station. Right, so I don't know where you could do that for me.
Caller, thank you for calling, and I want you to do me a favor, please, if it's possible. I want you to and this is not just for the caller, because these are not the first reports that we are getting from people of intimidatory tactics and victimization and dragging foot on issues these are not the first reports we've been getting. I want those of you who have been victims, who have been experiencing situations in your workplaces, I want all you to visit the PDP office in Port Mall. Just go upstairs to the second floor, go there and speak to the personnel there. Let them take your information, because this is something that we have to address. I have another call on the line. Hello, good morning.
Tash, good morning, and how are you today? I see that your voice is getting there. I just want to leave some words of inspiration for you. Don't be down. No matter what the devil wants to do, they would not succeed. And I just want to leave some words with you. There shall be no force that cannot be overcome when the Lord is on your side. When he is on your side, you can confidently face down the swiftest of currents, the strongest of winds, and the hottest of fire. For as long as you have a foundation as the Lord, you shall prevail through it. And Tasha, I just want to leave those words with you today. Be strong. Don't let anything try to deter you today. Right? I'm backing you. I'm on your side, and we will go through it. Right? You have a blessed day. Right, Tash?
Thank you so much.
Okay, sweetheart. Right.
Those are some of the calls that put a smile on my face. I'm going through a range of emotions right now because I'm still kind of reeling from the last caller who told her story. You know, I want all it to go down to the PDP office, and all it don't have to be only PDP supporters, because I know PNM people too feeling the pinch. I know PNM people suffering too, because all again victimized by our own party. Go down to the PDP office and just lay the complaint there. Let we know what's going on so that we can craft a defense. We can fight for you. That is what we are there for. We fight for everybody, Tobagonians, every single person. Because I know of persons who are members of the PNM who have walked in rain and sun to campaign for them, and as soon as the election is over, they throw them by the wayside. I know of that happening in their own party. They're doing their own people all manner of wickedness, not just who on the outside, but who on the inside too. Everybody feeling it. Go down to the PDP office. Leave your name and your phone number. Tell your story. Give your information so that we can see what we can do for you. Watson Duke is a fighter. If we have to get lawyers, we will do that. If we have to get advice, we will do that. But it cannot be that our Tobago people are suffering and they have no redress, that they have no one to turn to. It cannot be. Right? It cannot be. For far too long, we have allowed wickedness to reign in this island, and we saw the wind and we reaping the whirlwind right now. But you know what? God is in control. 20 years, he has brought his people to their knees. We are on our knees right now, and he will lift us up. He has sent us hope. He has given us a chance to turn away from our evil and wicked ways, to become the people he is proud of, to become the chosen people who choose him. Because if you are truly a Christian, if you truly love God, you can never do wickedness to your fellow man. There are some godless souls walking around. If you love people, some of these horror stories will never exist, because you cannot treat people bad. It means your heart not good. Your heart not good. But don't worry. Don't worry. God handling everything. All still have time to repent. All still have time to turn away from all the evil, wicked ways. All still have time. Let me read some text messages here. Good morning, sister. Keep up the good work, sister. Keep waking up the people of Tobago. I am from Trinidad. If I was living in Tobago, I back you guys full 100. Wish you and the PDP family best of luck in general election. Keep fighting, sister. Thank you so much for that. The average fisher folk with his own boat makes more than 5,000 TT dollars a month. They might have a morning work, but fishing is doing more for him than his morning work. The fisherman is independent, at least most of the fisher folks. I know, and I'm speaking primarily of Northeast Tobago, Speyside back to Castara. Fish don't catch every day, but those I know do well for themselves and their families. I want to be as simple this morning, so I'm going to stick to a fish. I wish I knew more about fish, and when you are from a fishing village. Fish is just culture. Fish is a way of life. My mother told me that they never went to the fish market as children growing up in a fishing village. They went by the sand, and her father would put the fish in a basin. There is a permanent image I have in my head of my picky head mother as a child going to the boat with the basin for fish. Another image I have in my head of fish is a story a neighbor told me about his grandmother walking from Charlottesville with a basin on her head to sell fish all the way down to Mount St. George. He named his boat after her, Miss Baby Lou. I knew her as a child. Even as I write this, more images of fish pop into my head because of its presence. The fish drives the local economy within the village. There are many stories about fish. The last one my aunt told me. She recalls when the price of fish was raised from 60 cents to 70 cents a pound. People cuss Miss Hellerine and then people get on, she said. One last one. Go down by Tanti Edna for some dry fish. Tanti Edna sold dry fish, and she was an industrious woman. I could never forget the night in 1991 when we celebrated Manning's victory by the bridge near her house. By the bridge near her house. We went everywhere around the village except Campbellton. That's another story. Fish is about basic bread and butter issues. A minimum wage is $5,000 is not a big ask. It is the right thing to do. I wanted to provide numbers. I wanted to provide statistics. But I chose to use these images that I have in mind of fish, of families being fed, of countrymen and women working hard, fishing, selling, buying, processing, walking to the market all over Tobago. Fish feed us, and we don't have a problem eating it every day. Fish and what? Fish and banana, fish and provision, fish and bhaji, fish in something in some way. I have other memories of fish pulling seine and smelling rank and driving on a van back selling fish from Charleville to Argyle with White Oak and punching in tow, giving away fish and getting to know the people of Tobago, but more so the heart of the average fisherman who puts food on people's tables. I'd never forgotten the day, but there's also a day back in January 2013 when I can vividly recall a female politician telling Tobagonians that the THA put food on people's table. That night proved so much was wrong on this island, and the country values of my naive self and the island had become corrupted. It stank. Fish too rot and stinks from the head. I would end where I begin. The average fisherman or fisherfolk with his own boat makes more than $5,000 a month. Thank you, caller. Can thank you whoever texted that. Thank you for that story. Thank you for that imagery. That they could come and tell you that they're responsible for feeding you. We were feeding ourselves before they came there. We were making do. Tobago had a vibrant agricultural industry that was never supported after Hurricane Flora. It was never rebuilt after Hurricane Flora. We have a call on the line. Good morning, caller.
Yeah, Tash, this is the same caller concerning my husband and he woke here. The phone they cut off. He was selling me something.
Yes, what I was saying is visit the PDP office today, and I think Miss Hackett is supposed to be there. Please leave your name and your number with her and give her your information so we can see how we can assist you.
Which office is that?
The PDP office, which is on the second floor of Port Mall, Scarborough.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm close by.
Okay, great. So they should be waiting for you.
All right, and stay strong and rubbing your shoulder.
Thank you very much for these shoulder rubs. Thank you so much.
Okay, love you, bye-bye.
Yes, for the person who texted this story, this is Tobago stood on its own. Don't let P&M come and fool all you and make all you feel that when they come to Tobago, that when Tobago see development. Tobago was standing on its own. We were not as developed as others. We were not as developed as Trinidad. And let me just finish the story I was telling you of my own personal experience. I stopped going to Trinidad between, let's say, 2010 and 2014 because I started my master's degree. And I did the majority of my classes in Tobago at that time. And it was only in my last year, which was 2014, that I had to go to Trinidad for school. And when I went to Trinidad and I saw how much should go on us, everything past Grand Bazaar, when they built the interchange, I saw them building. I saw every week when I had to go to Trinidad, whether it be on boat or by plane, I would see that interchange just inching across the highway until the entire thing was complete. Those pillars going up, all of those things I witnessed. When I saw the kind of development that took place from everything past Shoguanas and heading to South, with only 5 years of the People's Partnership in government. If it's one thing, they fix up their Central and their South people. They went into power and they fixed their people. You could imagine what that kind of investment would look like in Tobago. 116 square miles with only 60,000 people. They wouldn't even have to spend half of the money they spend in Central and South. They wouldn't even have to spend half of the money, right? They would not even have to spend half of the money. They don't mind in their business, but we over here fighting over scraps. Tobago could be just as developed as Central and South Trinidad, Port of Spain and these areas, these centers, these city centers that have gone up, but they want to keep we in this mentality, this beggy mentality. We have a call on the line. Good morning.
Yes, morning. That's me again. Yes, I heard you mention about the island and 60,000. What we have to also realize is that we would have been well over 60,000 people by now had the kind of attention and the neglect did not happen by the very P&M over the years. We would have been probably a 150 more going up. And that would have been, let us put our minds, what 150,000 people would do for Tobago. Let's think about it. I want these people who are P&M and so on, who have businesses and so on, little businesses and so on. So imagine what that would do for their businesses, what that would do for Tobago in terms of new businesses opening up on the island, what that would do for investments coming in and so on to Tobago. Many businesses that we don't have here and would come into Tobago and leave because the numbers are not good enough to maintain those businesses on the island. So numbers, the law of numbers is crucially important. For Tobago to develop and so on too, the population must grow. And we have to find ways, and they don't have that kind of vision, eh? We have to find ways, and the PDP vision, I know many of us, is to how to grow the population in Tobago. How do we keep our children at home? And it would be excellent for everybody. Many businesses here would be able to expand. New businesses will be able to open up that people want and so on, because the level facing the numbers are just too small. You're talking about the working population of probably over just around 40,000 people if thereabout. So you have to exclude the children and also the senior people, right? So that would be crucial. We need to get the numbers up. We could do well right now with another 60,000 immediately. That would do tremendous for a lot of us who want to do business, expanding our businesses, allowing other businesses to come in and set up and so on. That's what we need. We need to put our minds, that kind of visionary thinking. I know the PNM don't have. They don't have it at all. Yeah? Thanks.
Caller, thank you for putting that in the atmosphere. And I want you to call back and make that comment tomorrow, because tomorrow is Transformation Thursdays, where we talk about the ways that we can transform Tobago. And you're correct. It's either we expand our current permanent population on the island, or we create an avenue for a large number of transient persons who are coming to Tobago for business or pleasure, so that businesses can grow. Because if you look at Dubai, they have a very small physical population of persons who actually live there, but their transient population, which is people who visit Dubai, whether it be for business or pleasure, is in the millions on a yearly basis, so that businesses don't have to worry, because people are always coming into the country to buy. And it's the same kind of idea we could have in Tobago, because for me, I want that if we have to look at development in terms of expanding our population size, that we also ensure that that development is done in a very holistic and safe manner. I don't want us cutting down the main ridge and cutting down our estates and cutting down on our greenery to put down housing and all these things, and we create a concrete jungle on our island. I don't want that. Yes, I know that our population size has to increase. I agree on that. And whatever development, whatever we are going to in terms of ensuring or putting plans in place for that to happen, it must be done so in a holistic way, that we are able to balance still preserving our clean, green, safe, serene type atmosphere, and at the same time expanding the size of our communities, because some of our communities have space to expand outwards. We need to create an environment in Tobago where people want to come and live and work and spend money here. And you're right, they don't have these conversations. They want to tell you about CPEP and URP. They want to tell you nothing about doing anything on this island, because you know why? That involves work. And you could tell people who don't like to work, they do the easiest thing. The easiest thing is to give a man a fish. You have a fish, he give you a fish. But you don't want to teach you how to fish, and you don't want to create fish ponds to ensure that everybody could fish whenever they feel like fishing. He just easy to give you a fish, and that is it. That is the length and breadth of his contribution. The calls coming in fast and furious today. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. The caller is on point there. We need to expand the population. But I think Mr. Duke has mentioned a little bit of it, and I'll give an idea also myself. We could expand our population by tourism. Not the type of tourism that you have in the Bahamas, but the type of tourism that you have in Barbados. But we could what they may deem an eco-type tourism, where we have different phases. We have, I call it sports tourism. Okay, the main sports that we play here are football and cricket. So we could venture into that and have international teams come play here, for a period of time. Probably could be about a 2-month competition, among international teams. We have football. We can do the same thing with football. Just provide the infrastructure, and we will have visitors from all over the Caribbean and all over the world coming to see those competitions. And we can engage our young locals to be involved, and they'll get exposure and experience. All right? So that's going to bring an influx of people. All right? And then we have health tourism. Okay? Healthcare is in the Western Hemisphere is very, very expensive. And it's very onerous on a lot of people. And we could provide a competent healthcare system, just as they have there, by bringing in the right professionals, bringing in the right equipment, partnering with foreign international organizations, and we can encourage people to do their healthcare here, which will be probably much more less costly, much less costly. So we're saving people money, and then they having to recover in an environment or having to do their elective surgery in an environment that's clean, green, and serene. All right, so we can market that. All right, we can also be involved at the same time in education tourism. Okay, we can have one or two major universities and partner with international universities in the West, and they could provide universities available to the entire Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago, and the wider world. In certain fields of endeavor, and they can provide it at a cheaper rate than they have it in the Western Hemisphere. A lot of people like to go to foreign countries to study, and with that comes their families, their friends, and all these things. So we can expand the population by about 100,000 easy doing those three things, and the benefits from it, we have to provide food for them. We have to provide vehicles for them. Okay, so the guys who selling vehicles, the guys who renting vehicles, we have to provide homes for them. So persons who have apartments and stuff like that will benefit, and that will flood the country, flood the island with a lot of international foreign exchange. So foreign exchange would not be a thing that we'll be worried about. We will have plenty of it. So in those three areas, if we sit down and plan properly and execute properly, effectively, we could be a major destination in the Southwest Eastern Caribbean. It could be one of the major destinations in all of the Caribbean. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment, caller, and I really want you to call back tomorrow for Transformation Thursdays, because these are some excellent ideas, and this is when I talk about a Tobago think tank, this is what I talk about: the persons who have the areas of expertise, the persons who study these areas to come together and for us to, and not just formulate plans and make out a report and let it sit down on a shelf, but we want to do. This party wants to do. We are demonstrating to you out of office that we are workers. So imagine what will happen when we have access to resources. Imagine what would happen when we have the powers and authority to do certain things for Tobago. That's all we want. We want to develop our island child by child, village by village. That is what we are about. Yeah? So, we can talk okay. So first of all, Transformation Thursdays is tomorrow. I won't be on tomorrow. Tomorrow you will be joined by Mr. Farley Chavez Augustine, because I think as our Chief Secretary candidate elect, he is the best person to lay out to Tobago people, and by extension everybody else who is listening on the outside, the PDP's plans for development. So he is going to be taking over my Transformation Thursdays, just this week and next week, because next week is my last week on radio. But he's going to be taking over my Transformation Thursdays, and he's going to be able to articulate from the leadership standpoint what went into crafting the mandate, and people could call in and give their ideas, because this is how we revise the things in our mandate. When people call in, they speak, they're able to give us information, things like that. So I want you guys to tune in. Those of you who have called and given great ideas, tune in tomorrow and call in on Mr. Augustine's segment to speak about transforming Tobago, the space, the economy, the people, the human resource, whatever resources we have. How do we go about crafting our path? How we go about crafting that vision we have for a new Tobago? What should a new Tobago look like? What should it entail? What are some of the ingredients that go into creating that new Tobago? Because this is a mammoth task, but it can get done. All we need is a bunch of committed people, the will and the resources. And look at how Central and South transform in 5 years. 5 years, the population of Central and South could be about 10 times the population of Tobago. Yes, 10 times the population of Tobago, right? Could be more than that. And look how they transformed. A government transformed Central and South Trinidad. So imagine if you had a government who was Tobago-centric, who had Tobago at the forefront of his mind, who looked at Tobago's potential and said, "Here, what we can really make some inroads in Tobago if we invest in certain things. If we spend the money up front, we don't have to spend it down the road." Think about what $5 billion in investment over 5 years could do for Tobago. Just $5 billion. Think about what $5 billion in proper investment. And I'm not talking about standalone central government projects. I'm talking about investment at the level of the communities. What can that do to Tobago? How can that transform our economy? How can that transform our communities? I want all to wake up and see that they can get it done because they did it. We have modern day example of how a government who wanted to take care of their people transformed a certain part of this country, Central and South Trinidad, stands there as testimony to a government's intention to transform their communities and their people. So why we in Tobago can't get the same thing? Why we in Tobago cannot do the same thing? Why we in Tobago cannot have a government that wants Tobago to rise, wants Tobago to develop, wants Tobago to achieve its fullest potential? Why we can't have that? Goat bite we our? I don't believe goat bite we. We had to start to make better choices. That is what we had to do. We already know what they give. I could stand here all morning and talk about what they're doing, but we already know that. We all know that. The caller who called this morning, she gave you her living example of what she's facing, and she's not alone with that. There are countless others who are facing the same type of thing. But I want to tell you, my people, stay the course. I want to tell all you, hold strong, hold the faith, hold on. Salvation draweth nigh. Victory is over yonder. Deliverance is coming in the morning, and the morning is right there. It's always darkest before the dawn. But I want all of to hold straight. I want you to stay the course. That story that person texted in, I wonder if I could forward this to my phone, boy. I love this story. I love this story. It's a demonstration of where we came from. Tobagonians were proud people. We didn't have much. We were not rich people. I could remember my grandfather working garden. He would plant cane and dasheen, and he had cocoa trees and fruit trees. And I would spend my holidays up in Palatavia. And how I would know that my grandfather come home from garden, I will always hear the pipe go on by the tank downstairs, because he would wash out his boots every afternoon when he came home from garden. Right? Wash out his boots and then come upstairs barefoot. That is how I knew my grandfather came home. And the day that he died, the night that he died, I was in Palatavia. I was spending my August holidays there. And I could have swear I heard that pipe go on. And to me, that was my grandfather telling me, I will always be with you. And my grandfather wasn't a man of education. He did not go to high school. He just had a primary school education. But you could not meet one of the most, he was probably one of the brightest men to come out of Palatavia. In terms of his institutional knowledge, he loved to read, because back then they used to teach the Queen's English in primary school. He loved to read, and he was well read. He was well read, and he was a proud black man. He did all he could to feed his family. There were no handouts back then. There were no food cards back then. There were no hampers that reached by your doorstep back then. You had to work garden, or you had to be good with the person working garden. So if you could have bring fish, or you could have bring bread, you'd have get a hand of fig, or you'd have get some pomsite, or some pomerac, or some mango. That's how we used to live back then. Barter system. That's how we used to survive. That's what we used to do. We were proud. We didn't have papers, we didn't have qualifications, but we were proud. We stood proud because we took care of our families. We've put food on the table. My grandmother used to make dirt oven bread and dirt oven sweet bread and all of these things. She never worked anywhere one day in her life, but she took care of 10 children. My grandmother and my grandfather raised 10 children. And all because they knew that they had to get up and work. And Tobago, I want all you to wake up. We have to get back to that spirit. We have to get up and work. We have to fix things here. We have to go back to the things that worked way back then before these people come and infect us with their cancer of laziness. Because that is what they have done. They have made you lazy and they're cussing you for it now. That's what they have done. Let it take blame for that. Let it take blame for that. URP is a political tool. They matter what. You know how much productivity we can get from URP? I am proud to see the videos of URP doing woodworking and doing benches and coffins and all of these things in Tobago, because I'm not certain if URP does these things in Trinidad. So why are we not forming URP into a company? Let the people who work in URP buy shares in the company, because they are producing the products. And we're selling the products across Tobago. We're selling the products across Trinidad. We're selling the products up the islands. We have quality of standard. We invest in equipment. We investing in our people. Turn URP into a business model. Let people buy shares so that the company URP could be weaned off the state. Because now the shareholders, now you are getting profits from the products that you are selling. They will never tell you that. They want to pay you 10 days on and 10 days off for your labor, for your skills, for your talents. But they will never tell you about forming businesses. They will never tell you about starting cooperatives. They will never talk to you. They will never talk to you about that. Brand Tobago is premium. Some of the best wood in this country is found in Tobago. Why URP cannot be a proper company? Why can't URP have a CEO, a Tobagonian, a CEO of URP? I want to sit down in my seat and watch an AGM for URP and hear that URP make a little $10 million in profit and the shareholders could get dividends. I want to hear that. I want to hear CPEP is doing farming on a large scale, that they have revolutionized our agricultural sector, and now CPEP is no longer an organ of the state. CPEP is a private company with a CEO, that I as a Tobagonian could buy shares in CPEP, because we exporting our agricultural produce to Trinidad and up the islands. That we could incorporate a livestock section for CPEP. Some of the best sheep and goat is found in Tobago, and they attract premium on the market. That the sheep van man from Trinidad coming up every week to buy our livestock, and they're making a mint on we head down the road. I want to hear this, the CEO, a Tobago born and bred person, the CEO of CPEP in Tobago, can say that we produced how much X amount million pounds in dasheen or cassava. We catch how much pounds of fish. We sell how much head of sheep, head of goat. And at the end of the financial year, CPEP realized a profit of $50 million. And that the shareholders of CPEP could get a nice little dividend. And they have enough eggs. We don't even have enough egg farms in Tobago to supply the Tobago market. Tobago, you know that, all I need to wake up. That CPEP can have a huge egg farm that we supply in the Tobago market and Trinidad and up the islands and wherever the markets exist. And that I could sit down reading our papers 5 years from now, and it's taking billions of dollars of investment. That ain't taking no set of money to start up. Couple $1 million spent well could realize hundreds of millions of dollars in profits. But they're spending the money to keep you enslaved. They're spending the money to keep you back. They're spending the money conveniently to wave a fish in your face. But they don't want to teach you how to fish. And they don't want to create no fish ponds so that when you feel like getting up and fish, you could go and throw your line and catch a fish for yourself and cook it how you want. They will never talk about that. Well, you need to wake up. When they come to you and they don't talk about empowering you, they do not love you. I am speaking empowerment into my Tobago people this morning. URP and CPEP could be two model companies. We already have the human resource. We already have the human resource. We just need to build out the business part of it. We just need to cement the structure. We need to do the formal thing. And Tobago people can invest in these companies. This don't have to be no state-run enterprise. It don't have to be no political tool. It don't have to be no creature of a political regime. CPEP and URP could be owned by people of Tobago. And who says people, Tobago people alone who could buy shares? They have people from Tobago who live in Trinidad, who live outside, who are willing to buy shares in companies in Tobago. They are willing to build Tobago, even if it's to buy one share in a company owned and operated by Tobagonians. Wouldn't you feel proud as a Tobagonian to know that we mash up this idea that CPEP and URP is corruption, and in Tobago we could be the model for the country? That CPEP and URP could be two entities, private entities, funded by Tobagonians, Guys, I need all to wake up. It is critical in this time, at this juncture, that we stop sleeping. The time for sleep is over. The morning has come. We have to get up out of our beds, get up out of our slumber, and we have work to do. What they mash up in 20 years, we could probably fix in 5. But we need you guys. We go in and fight for more money when we get it, because we will get it. We have to build this place. We have to build this place. I want to live in a Tobago where I can go in the businesses of my young people and spend my money. I don't want to give you a morning walk. I want to give you a chance to take care of yourselves and your family permanently. There is no stability if it is you're depending on me to stay in my good graces to keep a job. Because I might be nice, but what about who come after me? If they don't like you, it means you lost your work. You could lose your work based on somebody feeling. If they don't like you, if they don't like how you look, if you wear too much black, all of these things. All of these things. Right? I want to give my young people the opportunity to become empowered, to chart their own course, to cut track like Guti run, as the old people that say. You have access to so much more than my grandparents and my parents. We have access to so much more than them. And they made it back then. Making 10 and 15 children, they made it back then. So who's to say that we can't make it now? We can. I want to close by reading the rest of the comments that have come in. A job environment needs to be one whereby when someone gets out of their beds, they are inspired and motivated to go to work. The work environment needs to be one where workers are happy and contented. They must be respected by their bosses, managers, etc. They must be valued. A happy and contented workforce is a productive workforce. I challenge any manager or boss out there to simply respect, value, and simply treat their employees fairly and see if productivity doesn't take a tremendous leap. All this victimization and other forms of ill treatment by the hands of employers, bosses, managers, and I will add politicians, need to come to an end. Tasha, good morning. Always remember Isaiah 54:17. No weapon formed against thee shall prosper. Thank you very much. And I always have it at the forefront of my mind, right? Let me encourage that lady. When great evil occurs, great good follows. Tell her she just had a breakthrough. It is easy to stand up for what is right. She's going to receive more blessings than she ever imagined. I thank her for her courage and stand-alone spirit. Others will follow. One becomes two, all the way to thousands. Lady, begin to dance and rejoice. It is not easy to stand up. Yeah, I hope you heard that. I hope you heard that. You have inspired a lot of people this morning with your story. You have inspired a lot of people, persons who have been quietly enduring their storms, and not storms caused by factors outside of their control, storms caused by humans. humans in their workplaces. They have been quietly enduring, but you have inspired some of them to stand up in their storms. You have inspired some of them to find their voice. Finally, hi, good morning, Lioness Tasha, God's Grace Boris. I am one of your followers, supporters. Just wish I was there, but my sister is there going door to door. I watch you almost every morning before I go to work. You are a force. I love how you speak eloquently and say it like it is. Talk the thing. Tobago needs new brilliance with brain and fire to burn out those two blind and silent horses in Parliament. Thanks for your knowledge. Even at my age, 50 plus, I am learning stuff I never knew before. I am from Roxborough, Tobago, living in New York. Is there any way I can get a template of the logo via WhatsApp so I can print my own t-shirt? I want to wear it proudly. Right? So, yes, so you're watching Miss Cummings. Yes, thank you for that comment. And send me a text message on 3156720. I'll have the I'll send the logo to you so that wherever you are outside, you can print your little PDP black jersey and stand with us wherever you are. When you're watching the live, you can put on your PDP jersey, whether in New York or Atlanta, Philadelphia, up the islands, Trinidad. Put on your PDP jersey and you're there with us in spirit. You're there with us in spirit. We stand with all of you this morning, and we will continue to stand with you. I've come to the end of Wake Up Wednesdays, and we went a little bit over time today. It's now 9:25 a.m., but the discussion was one that we needed to have. And, you know, these things come about. You know, God leads this conversation. Every day, God leads this conversation. So I'll be out in the community today. I'm not too certain where I'm going to be, you know. So for those of you who want to join my team walking this afternoon, because the PDP caravan heads to the east this afternoon, they'll be in Pembroke, but I will be down in the west reaching my communities. Good morning to the Pembroke posse and the east posse. I will not be on the platform tonight, but you know that I'm there in spirit. You know that I'm always there supporting you guys. You know that my heart is with you wherever you go. But I still have a lot of ground to cover in the west, so that is why we will be continuing the focus on our West Ground campaign this afternoon. For those of you who simply just want to walk with me, my number is 3156720. Just send me a text message and I'll let you know our location. And I hope you guys have a blessed and productive day. Tomorrow is Transformation Thursdays. As I said, I would not be here tomorrow morning. I have given the space to my counterpart, Deputy Political Leader of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, Mr. Fali Chavez Augustin, who would come as our Chief Secretary candidate-elect to talk about the plans that the party has for Tobago, talk about our mandate items, how we plan to build out our communities, the transformations that we want in each sector, whether it be education, healthcare, sports, agriculture, fishing, environment, whatever it is. He's going to have those discussions with you tomorrow. I encourage you to listen to him from 7 in the morning. Call in with your ideas. Those two callers in particular who called today and spoke about increasing our population and the investments in the kind of tourism that will ensure that we have that population flow throughout Tobago so that our businesses can grow, so that people will have customers for their goods and services. I need you guys to call back in tomorrow when Mr. Augustin is on so that you could be part of that discussion. Thank you guys for tuning in. For those of you who have listened to me on radio, in your homes, in your offices, in your cars on the go, may you be safe and protected wherever you are. For those of you who are looking on Facebook, on YouTube, and on my live, thank you so much for joining me every single morning. I look forward to your interaction. Today was a day and a half, but the work continues. 12 days to go to general election 2010-2020, where you, Tobago, have the opportunity to make a better choice. And we hope that choice is the Progressive Democratic Patriots. Judge us by what we do. We have demonstrated to you that we can perform outside of governance. Give us the chance to truly transform Tobago. And with your help, your support, your blessings, your everything that you plan to give, we can change this space for all of us to benefit. Thank you guys for joining us, and I will be with you on Friday for Fight the Power Fridays. I hope that some of you call me on Friday, because Friday is when we speak truth to power. We have to show them that we not backing down. We are black and brave and strong, and we are here to take our place in this space. We not begging for a handout. We just begging for a chance to be better and do better for ourselves and our family. Have a great day, and you guys, God bless. Take care.
Voting for PDP. collaboration with PDP, PDP, black and pro. No weapon from against you. So higher than an eagle. 10,000 falling at your left, 10,000 at your right. Victory today. No weapon from against you. Jah protect our heroes. Look, haters falling on your left and haters on your right. Victory today. This is a black hole. We black and we proud. We voting for PDP, voted PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No, this is a black hole. We black and we proud. We voting for PDP, voted PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. Black and proud the guy. Love with Tobago pride. What's the Duke and Tasha Boris don't ever give up this fight. With the few shit I galvanize, you bring tears to poor people's eyes. Vote out Shamfa, vote out Iron, vote out the pain and blight. We pro PDP, this is a black hole. We voting for PDP, vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No. Just set you higher than that. 10,000 falling at your left, 10,000 at your right. Victory today. No weapon from against you. Just set you higher than the eagle. Haters scatter on your left, some scatter on your right. Victory today. This is a black when we touch the road. In with PDP t-shirt, black. Voting for Tasha Boris, voting for what's in the oak. Black like charcoals, black bamboo bully face smoke. Is this kaleidoscope? Tell them black is the code. We pro PDP, this is a black hole. We voting for PDP, vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No, this is a black hole. Tomorrow, no. PDP, PDP, total black hole. PDP, PDP, Charlottesville to PDP, PDP, black is beautiful. PDP, PDP, yes we black and PDP, PDP, total black hole. PDP, PDP, black is beautiful. PDP, PDP, we got black PDP, PDP, Charlottesville to PDP. We voting for PDP, PDP. PDP, we voting for PDP, black and we pro. PDP, we voting for PDP. This is a black hole. PDP, PDP, black and pro. No weapon from against you. So higher than an eagle. 10,000 falling at your left, 10,000 at your right. Victory today. No weapon from against you. Jah protect our heroes. Look, haters falling on your left and haters on your right. Victory today. This is a black hole. PDP, we black and we proud. We voting for PDP, voted PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No, this is a black hole. PDP, we black and we proud. We voting for PDP, voted PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. Black and proud the guy. Love with Tobago pride. One friend you can touch your Boris, don't ever give up this fight. With the few shit I galvanize, you bring tears up on people's eyes. Vote out Shamfa, vote out Iron, vote out the pain and blight. We pro PDP, this is a black hole. We voting for PDP, vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No. Just set you higher than that. 10,000 falling at your left, 10,000 at your right. Victory today. No weapon form against PDP. Just set you higher than the eagle. Haters scatter on your left, some scatter on your right. Victory today. This is a black when we touch the road. In with PDP t-shirt, black. Voting for Tashia Boris, voting for what's in the oak. Black like charcoal, black bamboo bully face smoke. Is this kaleidoscope? Tell them black is the code. We pro PDP, this is a black hole. We voting for PDP, vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No, this is a black hole. Tomorrow, no. PDP, total black hole. PDP, Charlottesville to PDP, black is beautiful. PDP, yes we black and PDP, total black hole. PDP, black is beautiful. PDP, we got black. PDP, Charlottesville to PDP. We're voting for PDP. PDP, we voting for PDP. Black and we pro PDP. We voting for PDP. This is a black hole. We voting for PDP. PDP, black and pro. No weapon form against you. So higher than an eagle. 10,000 falling at your left, 10,000 at your right. Victory today. Falling on your left and haters on your right. Victory today. This is a black hole. black and we proud. We voting for PDP, vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No, this is a black hole. PDP, we black and we proud. We voting for PDP, vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. Black and proud the guy, love with Tobago pride. Once the Duke and Tasha Boris don't ever give up this fight. With the few shit I galvanize, you bring tears up our people's eyes. Vote out Shamfa, vote out Iron, vote out the PNM blind. We pro PDP, this is a black hole. We voting for PDP, vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No. Just set you higher than them. 10,000 falling at your left, 10,000 at your right. Victory today. No weapon form against PDP. Just set you higher than the eagle. Haters scatter on your left, some scatter on your right. Victory today. This is a black when we touch the road. In with PDP t-shirt, black. Voting for Tasha Boris, voting for what's in the oak. Black like charcoals, black bamboo bully face smoke. Is this kaleidoscope? Tell them black is the code. We pro PDP, this is a black hole. We voting for PDP, vote out PNM. Pharaoh and his men, you won't see them tomorrow. No, this is a black hole. Tomorrow, no. PDP, total black hole. PDP, Charlottesville to PDP, black is beautiful. PDP, yes we black PDP, total black hole. PDP, black is beautiful. PDP, we got black PDP, Charlottesville to PDP. We voting for PDP. Whoa, one love is the anthem. For the people, do you care? Yeah. Will you tell me that you represent? I really want to see some evidence. In freedom, this is evidence. So bring it from your soul. One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem.
'Cause this is carnival where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight. So your hands.
I have love for the whole wide world. With you at the center, you are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher.
So represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love. And represent. Just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love.
One love is the idea. One love is the idea. Coming on a mission, we don't really care. One love in distribution, and we have some more to spare. Yeah, and we live like this, yeah, every day. We do it in love and we don't delay. Love like this, we must relay. It's in your heart and soul. One love is the idea. One love is the idea.
Cause this is carnival, where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag, make it touch the sky. We not gonna stop tonight. So let me see your hands.
I am Watson Duke, the Progressive Democratic Patriots candidate for Tobago East. On Monday, August 10th, 2020, please put your X by the bamboo olive, the symbol of the PDP. We promise you to create a new minimum wage of $5,000 for the CPEP worker, the development worker, the reforestation worker, for all government workers. Yes, $5,000, the new minimum wage in Tobago for these workers. 2, we promise you to reopen the CARICOM jetty in Scarborough so our traders can trade with the CARICOM. They can buy and sell and buy without going to Trinidad to bring up goods that have been sold by the CARICOM nations. 3, we promise to demand, and through strategy and skillful negotiations, amend the THA Act so that THA would be given 10% of the nation's budget. Yes, I will use my trade union skills that I've developed over 10 years to cause Tobago to benefit from 10% of the national budget in the THA coffers. 4, the PDP believes in housing for all, and we will embark on a housing program where all unfinished houses will be repaired and be brought to a level where decent living can be enjoyed by all. We intend to provide low-cost housing to meet the budgets of the lowest paid government worker. 5, we will stabilize the economy by creating stable jobs. Yes, we are offering job security for all. We, the Progressive Democratic Patriots, are of the firm view that now is the time for us to build a better Tobago. Now is the time for us to put people before politics.
We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change. We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change. We fight for every child, every family, and everything. Fight for every child, Tobago call for 6 candidates, 12 valiant soldiers, full of integrity. PNM, Tobagonians not afraid of victimization, protected by the higher man. As the walls around Jerusalem, soldiers surround Tobago. PNM let his people go. PDP Spartans face off with Pharaoh. We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
Technocrats after you. We will fight for you.
We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
Technocrats after you. We will fight for you.
We fight for every child, every family.
Technocrats after you. We will fight for you.
Fight for every child, every family.
Technocrats after you. We will fight for you.
Tikel, PNM, you have been weighed in the balances and found deficient. Tears, in collaboration with Izzy. Yeah, PDP all the way. PNM goodbye, bye. Tell them write the concession speech, goodbye. PNM goodbye, bye. We can breathe a sigh of relief. PDP turn to serve Tobago. Them can't tell me who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. Black is the color that we chose. We're not wearing no red clothes. It's PDP turn to serve Tobago. You can't tell we who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. We're not wearing no red clothes. Black from me head right down to me toe. PDP came long from Roxborough to Charlottesville, celebrating with the PDP queens and kings. The next day, executive. Now, come out of your house no matter where you live. Black t-shirt, black flag, black kerchief. Shorty go provide the food and drinks. Dr. Mel gone with some crab and dumpling. Don't be shy, tell me why you drinking. PDP turn to serve Tobago. Them can't tell me who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. Black is the color that we chose. We're not wearing no red clothes. It's PDP turn to serve Tobago. You can't tell we who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. We're not wearing no red clothes. Black from me head right down to me toe. Bye. PNM goodbye. Write your concession speech. Tobago, we're praying for election to reach. Write the concession speech. Bye, so we could breathe a sigh of relief.
Why my people suffer so bad? Or is it that should really be sad? Is it a misplaced melancholy? Well, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My people may talk. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My God. Rise up, fallen suffers. Rise and take your stand together.
again. He who fights and run away will live to fight another day. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? You people may talk. It's politics time again now. Are you gonna vote now? It's love and the war. It's the right and it's the duty of my citizen to vote. I upon them constitution, long time indeed a joke. Fed up of promises and hopeless hope. Ballot box must be empty, vote house closed. No one arm, no one choose the color of them clothes now. But some just plain greedy. No matter how we teach, they'll forget easier. Look, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? This is love and not war. We all shall vote, yeah. If it's Rasta, then talking. Look here, bloodshed from Rima. Down in the valley, girls, me hear ya. Question has become a gunman compound. No place for people with citizenship. Lord, they're crying relentlessly, yeah. People moving every minute, every hour. Gunshot falling like hell shower. It's politics time again. Well, are you gonna vote now? Good people may talk. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? And a little one, we want. And a little bridge, we preach. Still they bust up their big guns on the street, Lord. Killing people, oh, there is sneak. Who is it that man is speaking? Who is it that is controlling the system? Three parties, and I'm not dancing. Who is it? Who is she? No, who is the Mr. Him? Yeah, it's your campaign time again now. Yeah. Well, it's politics time again. The people are gonna cry now. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? Hey, everything raise, but we won't live on fret. When the air that we breathe becomes thick with them, then we know Jaja guide, we will never fret. Whenever you're ready, we're ready. No more spot check. Whether you light or you're heavy, happy or respect. Lord, no war. No war. Yeah. Well, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? Who is worthy? Who is worthy? It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? Poor people cry. It's the right of senior citizens to vote. By upon them constitution, long time it did a joke. We are fed up with promises and hopeless hope. Ballot box must be empty, vote house closed. No one harm, no one choose the color of them clothes, y'all. Some just plain greedy. No matter how we teach, they'll forget easier. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now?
Right now we are say Watson D for the East, Tasha B for the West.
Straight out in a star.
Yo, this I no joke. Vote. This I no joke. Vote.
You see right now.
This I no joke. Say we a vote PDP, cause we want betterment, yeah, for we country. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP, PNM them never do nothing for we. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP, full time me try feed Duke Mr. Farley. Vote PDP, me a vote PDP, kick out pressure pot rolling. 5 years no worry session. Tell me with the L pressure pot. Roll it upon him, not give it with the right, but him a take it with the left. And tell me with the LTH, he do it 2.2 billion. And the people in Tobago, pure sufferation. And the worst government me ever see govern. Raging bull with no direction. All me a see a just bad intention. And me na talk no lie, me a speak the truth. From Kelville Charles signing him, depend you. Now I walk up on the road and him a try get the youth. They would lie, them a just blow me a talk the truth, me na talk no lie. Instead them risk pay, only food I get. And poor people a cry. Me ask them why. And we a vote PDP, we a vote PDP, cause we want betterment here for we country. Vote PDP, we a a vote with the P and them never do nothing for we. Vote with the P, we a vote with the P. Full time we try to face Mr. Farley. Vote with the P, we a vote with the P. Kick out, pressure pot rolling. PDP, adjust the PDP. PNM, no do nothing for we. Positivity, it burns all negativity. PNM, them only coming with the negativity. Don't get caught up in the light, they put in front your eyes to see. Look how long PNM are blind, we never want. We know the truth about what them do with money. So kick out, pressure pot rolling. Vote with the P, we a vote with the P, cause we want better men, Jeff, this a no joke. Vote with the P, we a vote with the P, PNM, them never do nothing for we. Vote with the P, we a vote with the P, full time we try to face Mr. Marley. Vote with the P, we a vote with the P, kick out, pressure pot rolling. Vote, this a no joke. Vote, say we a vote. Full time for them get this kick out, this a no joke. Vote, what me say? This a no joke. Vote, kick out. Right now we are say Watson D for the east, Tasha B for the west. Right now we are say Watson D for the east, Tasha B for the west. Straight out in a star. Yo, this a no joke. Vote. This a no joke. Vote.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, Tobago. Good morning, PDP family. Good morning, everyone who is listening over the airways, who is seeing me on Facebook, who is seeing me on the street, 91.9 FM Tobago live now. Good morning. I am Dr. Faith B. Israel, and I am one of the deputy political leaders of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, one of the deputy political leaders of the Progressive Democratic Patriots. And I am here today as part of our campaign 2020, as part of our leading up to election on August 10th, trying to provide a little bit of information, trying to provide a little bit of context about why we think that the Progressive Democratic Patriots is the best and is the only choice for Tobagonians on August 10th. If you are aware, August 10th is the day. August 10th is General Election Day. It is not Monday coming, but the Monday after that. So we are about 10, 11 days away from that goodly day. And the Progressive Democratic Patriots, a political party that was founded by Mr. Watson Solomon Duke after he was able to contest the elections, the general elections in 2015 as an independent, he decided to pull a team together to see how we could help build a better Tobago. So that team was pulled together, the party was constituted. We contested the 2017 Tobago House of Assembly elections. We were successful in wrestling 2 of those seats, 2 of the 12 seats, out of the arms of the other Red Party, and we are continuing with that process today. We are continuing to take the baton from one leg of the race to the other leg of the race. This is going to be one of those kind of long, this isn't a 100-meter, this isn't a 100-meter dash kind of thing. This isn't a 100-meter relay. This is one of those 4, 8, or even 1,200-meter relays because it's going to be a long haul. We have a lot of work to do. We are going to be taking the baton from those who were there before. Taking the baton, and when I say that, I by the end of the day, you would understand what I mean when I say we are going to be taking the baton from those who were there before and running our leg. We started running our leg. Mr. Duke started all by himself with a music truck, a blowhorn, and some street lights, pulled another team of us to contest the 2017 THA elections, and we are now here in 2020 contesting the general elections with two candidates, with Mr. Watson Solomon Duke for Tobago East and Miss Tashia Grace Boris for Tobago West. And that election will be on the 10th of August 2020. And shortly after, on the heels of that one, will be the THA elections, which are now scheduled for January 2021. But according to the law, it could be pulled up a little bit or it could be pushed back a little bit. So we are just waiting patiently for the date to be announced for that THA elections. So we are simply passing the baton. We are getting the baton from those who were there before, the freedom fighters who've been fighting on behalf of Tobago. We are simply continuing with this relay. Today, I am going to speak specifically about the Tobago House of Assembly Act and what that is and how we got to where it is now, and where the Progressive Democratic Patriots plans to take the Tobago House of Assembly Act. Before I go there, though, I would like to remind us that this afternoon, the Progressive Democratic Patriots will be rolling up to my area, Goodwood, Pembroke area. Yesterday we had a fantastic showing at Bethel Egypt Junction in Bethel. If any of you didn't see the videos, Bethel had a total blackout last night. Bethel had a total blackout last night. Egypt Junction showed that it was a dichotomy. It showed that it was almost an oxymoron, because you know that Egypt is one of those places that we speak about slavery, but Egypt is also one of those places where we talk about freedom. Egypt is also one of those places where we talk about letting our people go. And Egypt Junction yesterday in Bethel showed that the people of Tobago West, the people of Bethel, the people of Tobago East, even, because we had supporters coming from all over the island converging on Egypt Junction in Bethel last night. And it was an absolute amazing showing. So this evening we're going to continue with the same thing. This evening we are starting in Studley Park. So we are actually going to be congregating in a stadium, Dwight York Stadium. We'll congregate there from about 3:30, leave at exactly 4 p.m. Leave at exactly 4 p.m. from Dwight York Stadium, head up, and we start moving, and we start stopping and having our Tobago East candidate move around and congregate and talk to people in the Studley Park area. So we start in Studley Park, hit Goodwood, and then end in Plymouth. End in Pembroke, excuse me. So we start at Studley Park, very small village, Studley Park, right in the middle there. We hit Shangy Hill going up, we hit Goodwood, we hit Goldsboro. Goodwood also includes going up to James Street and that kind of thing. We hit Goldsboro, and then we hit Pembroke, and then we have our final meeting in Pembroke. We would have a little blitz in the different areas, so we would have a little blitz in Goodwood, we have a little blitz in Goldsboro, we have a little blitz as we go along Pembroke, and then the final meeting where we would all come together would be by the Pembroke Bridge this evening. By about 7:30, we hope to be by the Pembroke Bridge. So we are leaving Dwight York Stadium at 4 p.m. sharp. 4 p.m. sharp. I will be there. The team would be there. We are leaving Dwight York Stadium at 4 p.m. sharp. If you come at 4:05 and we are not there, just come up east, because we are going to be on time this evening with the movement. We have a whole lot of stops to make, so we definitely need to keep time today. Again, I want to remind those who are coming along with us. We have a situation where we are beginning to see an upsurge of COVID-19 cases in Trinidad again. And just to be careful in Tobago, we need to just be careful because remember, we don't have any quote-unquote borders between Trinidad and Tobago. We really don't have anything that stops it from moving from Trinidad to Tobago. So just to be careful, we are asking all of our supporters, everybody who comes out, to please walk with your face covering, walk with your mask. I've been seeing some absolutely lovely, amazing PDP masks out there. Those of you who have your PDP masks, definitely rock and come in with them. Those of you who may not have, just, a bandana is fine. We have some PDP bandanas. So wrapping the PDP bandana around you to cover your nose and your mouth, just to make sure we all stay safe, just to make sure we don't have any outbreak in Tobago. We're asking all of you to do that. So remember to bring your mask as we continue along. And really, it's really because we've had these cases popping up in Trinidad, and we don't want to risk having cases also popping up in Tobago because of this situation. So again, we are going to be starting in Studley Park in terms of where we actually start to stop the caravan, come out and walk and talk to people. So we're doing Studley Park, Goodwood, Goldsboro, and then Pembroke. So the final meeting this evening will be in Pembroke this evening. So that is where we are today. Again, today I really want to spend a little bit of time, or the session today, talking about the Tobago House of Assembly Act. The Tobago House of Assembly Act is one of those laws that a lot of what we do, a lot of what we speak about, references the Tobago House of Assembly Act. And I know a lot of people in Trinidad and Tobago has not really, and a lot of people in Tobago really don't know a whole lot about the Tobago House of Assembly Act. And because we don't know a lot about the Tobago House of Assembly Act, when we are talking about it, people get confused. They don't know what is the big deal about all of this. Why are we going on and on about this act? Why is this act so important? What are we supposed to do with this act and that kind of thing? So today I want to talk a little bit about the act itself, how the act affects our everyday life, one. But in addition to how it affects our everyday life, what I also want to talk about is the fact that this act is the thing that gives us, as in the Tobago House of Assembly, life. And why it is so critical for this act that has moved from one stage to another, why it's so critical for this 20-year mark to be another opportunity for the act to move to another stage. Just as a reminder, remember earlier this week and last week I spoke about the fact that we had sent the Tobago Autonomy Bill to Trinidad. And even though those in Trinidad who was supposed to be representing Tobago, our Tobago East and our Tobago West candidate who are in Trinidad supposed to be representing us, even though they were supposed to ensure that it goes down, ensure that it goes to its final point, they dropped the ball. Yes, they dropped the ball. I saw an article yesterday, an interview where the Tobago East candidate, the Tobago East MP, was saying that they had done their part and they were just waiting for it to get the majority vote, and that didn't happen. But what they did not mention, or what she did not mention, is that the bill actually lapsed and they did not even bring it to the parliament for anybody to vote on it. So don't let them tell you that they were just waiting for the vote when they did not even bring it to the parliament for it to be voted on. Yes, it was read the first time in parliament, but after it was read in Parliament for the first time in 2018, after the document was given to Dr. Rowley in 2016, 2 whole years later, it was read in Parliament for the first time. It went to a joint select committee, and it never left that joint select committee until in July this year, 2020, when if you look on the parliamentary website, you would see that the bill has actually lapsed, which means it had to start from scratch. Scratch, beginning, scratch is where it had to start from. So don't let them come and tell you they did their part. Because if they wanted to really do their part, they would have ensured that, one, it did not take 2 years between getting the document and having it read for the first time in Parliament. And it would not take 2 years after it's been read in Parliament for the first time for it to then lapse, because they have done nothing with it for the last 2 years. Don't let them come with the foolish talk. Don't let them come with that foolish talk. And that is why at not the last sitting, the one before in the Tobago House of Assembly, Mr. Watson Solomon Duke brought a motion to the Tobago House of Assembly to have all of us in the Tobago House of Assembly, because we understand that the act, that the bill that was in the Parliament is a bill that would have required a special majority. We went to the Tobago House of Assembly and said, because we know that those two Trinidad parties, both the Red Party and the Yellow Party, both of them in Trinidad, really are proving that they do not care one diddly squat about what happens in Tobago and what happens in the Tobago House of Assembly. Because we understood that and we understood those dynamics. We said to the Tobago House of Assembly, to those on the red side into the Tobago House of Assembly, that, hey, we are willing to collectively go with you to Trinidad to speak to everyone in Trinidad and say, hey, these are the changes we recommend to the Tobago House of Assembly Act, which is a simple act of Parliament. And because it is a simple act of Parliament, it needs a simple majority, meaning it needs 21, 22 votes to make it. They have that. And because this is so important to Tobago, having the whole of the Tobago House of Assembly go to Trinidad to say, hey, this is so important to us. These are the things we wish. These are the things we want to have changed. Let us do this on behalf of Tobago. They stood up in the Tobago House of Assembly and they ridiculed us. They stood up and they talk all kind of Nancy story. They stood up and they talk all kind of things that had nothing to do with the act. And we are at the point now where the bill that they sent to Trinidad has lapsed. It had to start from scratch. And the Tobago MPs for East and West are the ones who should have been championing this cause. They stood there and they said nothing. They said absolutely nothing about it for the last 2 years that it was there, and for the 2 years before when it was sitting in their Prime Minister's lap. So, 5 years later, 5 whole years later, and absolutely nothing. And they want to come and tell you that you should give them another chance. Now, that is why I wanted to explain today the importance of the Tobago House of Assembly Act and why this thing is so critical, and why when Mr. Watson Duke says one of the first things he will do when he goes to Trinidad, if the people of Tobago East, and one of the first things that Tashia Grace Burris will do when she goes to Trinidad, if the people of Tobago West gives her the chance, one of the first things that they will do is go to whoever is there and let them know that we need to amend the Tobago House of Assembly Act by making these small changes. And I talked about what some of those small changes were, and I'll talk about it again as we go through the act today. But today I want to take a little bit of time to actually go through the act with you, so you know what it currently says, you know how it was formed, and you know the kinds of powers, you know what the Tobago House of Assembly is supposed to be doing and what they are not supposed to be doing, what they are authorized to do and what they are not authorized to do. Okay? So that is what we are going to do today. As I said before, it's not going to be my shows, are not going to be any whole set of bacchanal shows. I come with facts. I come with, as I say, facts and figures. I bring the receipts, as the young people call it. That is what I do. And that is why we are here. That is why the Progressive Democratic Patriots is here, because we have seen for far too long where instead of bringing the truth, instead of bringing facts to the people of Tobago, they have been consistently lying to us. They have been consistently not letting us know what is the right thing. And they have been consistently putting their party before all of us. So when you hear them proudly say, great is the, what they are telling you is great is the party and to hell with the rest of all you. Great is the party, and to hell with the typical man who has nothing to eat. Great is the party, and to hell with those of us who have to catch car because the bus ain't working. Or by the way, I realize I start to send the bus and them up in the east. It's about 2 years now that the bus and them not going up in the east, and as soon as election bell ring, they call out drivers and telling them to send the buses up in the east. You see the kind of stupidness that be doing because they want to be able to say they have a transportation system that is going throughout the island when they know the old people and them has been begging for the buses to go all the way up to Shallotville and Speyside and Lansome all of this time, and suddenly they could have pick up the buses and send them just because election called. Because they honestly feel that Tobagonians are stupid and we would not notice that that is what they have done. Anyway, back to the point about the assembly, and I'm going to tell you where I'm reading some of this stuff from so that you can go and read it yourself. If you have internet, you have a cell phone with data or Wi-Fi at home, even if you don't have access to that right now, I need you to grab a pen, grab a paper, and let's do this. I want you to go to Google and just search Tobago House of Assembly Act. One of the first things that would come up would be the official page of the Tobago House of Assembly, the official website of the Tobago House of Assembly. The official website of the Tobago House of Assembly, the website is www.tha.gov.tt, tha.gov.tt, right? So you'll see that come up. And it will say very quickly about the assembly. So I would read the beginning because this is important. You know, when we say we need to know our history so that we need to know our history, because if we don't know our history, we are doomed to repeat the mistakes we made. But there's the flip side of that. We also need to learn our history so that we can see where we came from. And in many instances, learning where we came from is important because it shows us that we are people of substance, that we are people of worth. So when sometimes they try to tell us that we cannot do this and we cannot do that and we're not ready for this and we're not ready for that and that kind of thing, we would see where actually you are incorrect, because several years ago, we were ready. Several years ago, we did do it. Several years ago, we were standing on our own, but it's only because of this relationship between Trinidad and Tobago right now that has caused us to lose that kind of independence, that has caused us to lose that kind of we can do it on our own-ness. Okay? So let me read about the assembly, historical background. The Tobago House of Assembly is this country's oldest political institute. The page is www.tha.gov.tt. You just need to search Tobago House of Assembly Act on Google, and it would be the first thing that comes up, the Tobago House of Assembly website. And let me read that line again. It says, the Tobago House of Assembly is this country's oldest political institute. What does that mean? That even before what is going on in Trinidad had been going on, the Tobago House of Assembly was here and functioning for quite some time. And remember, this is not fate that says so. This is from the Tobago House of Assembly official website. It's not fate that just pick up Shenancy's story today. It is the Tobago House of Assembly website. It continues. The THA was first incarnated in 1769. 1769. In the island's former capital, known as Georgetown, which is now called Studley Park. Let me read that again, people. So when they tell you that the THA just come and the THA this and the THA that and we can't do it and all kind of story, send them right here. Let me read it again. The Tobago House of Assembly is the country's oldest political institution. The THA was first incarnated in 1768 in the island's former capital, Georgetown, which is now Studley Park. The capital moved to Scarborough in 1769, as did the offices of the 12-member elected House of Assembly, lower house, and the appointed Legislative Council or upper house. You see how in Trinidad they have the upper house and the lower house? How in Trinidad they have the House of Representatives and the Senate? In Tobago there was also the House of Assembly, which is the lower house, and the appointed Legislative Council, which is the upper house. What this basically says, because it's a bicameral system. It was a bicameral system where you had one set of people, one grouping of people who could make laws and pass laws and that kind of thing, and the other set of people who were running the island, right? Right? Okay. In 1877, representative government was abolished with the crown colony introduced to handle the administration of the island. So this is 1877. This is 100 years later. In 1889, Tobago was joined with Trinidad by the British government. So before 1889, Tobago was an island that was running and functioning on its own, that was independent, that was separate from, that was not joined to Trinidad. And it was only in 1889 that Tobago was joined to Trinidad. You all get that? You all get that? So this idea that Tobago absolutely cannot function, and Tobago does not have the capacity, and Tobago does not have the resources, and Tobago, this, that, and the other, talking down to us as if we are foolish, is only something that happened because we were joined to Trinidad in 1889, and after that joining in Trinidad in 1889, the dynamics of this wonderful capital of paradise changed. Tobago, you need to know your history. You need to know your history. You need to know your history. So let's move forward a little bit. Let's move forward a little bit to the THA that we have now. I just wanted to talk a little bit about that part early so that we have an idea that this island at one point was actually managed by itself and was actually run by itself and was actually, doing its own thing. We were functioning on our own. Let me be clear though. When the Progressive Democratic Patriots is talking about redefining the independence of Tobago, we are not talking about separating from Trinidad. I've said it several times. We are talking about ensuring that the island of Tobago is able to exist in a way where it is somewhat independent from Trinidad, the same way Trinidad is currently independent from Tobago. What do I mean? If Trinidad wants to go and borrow money on the wider market, Trinidad can go and borrow money without asking Tobago's permission. If Tobago needs to go and borrow money on the wider market, Tobago has to ask Trinidad's permission to do it. And I would read exactly I will read the specific line in the act when we come to that. If Trinidad currently wants to engage in trade with any other country, so any businessman in Trinidad wants to import cars, wants to import a fridge, wants to import a stove, because we are not making any of those things in Tobago, they can import it directly into Trinidad because Trinidad has those international ports to bring it in. Tobago does not have an international or CARICOM port for anything to drop in. So if we have to import anything from Guyana, from the US, from China, from anywhere, it has to go to Trinidad first before coming to Tobago. So when I say that Tobago wants to get an independence, wants to experience a level of independence, we are just trying to get to the point where Trinidad currently is. We are not talking about separating ourselves from Trinidad. We just want to be side by side and not one behind the other. We just want to be side by side and not one behind the other. Okay. The current Tobago House of Assembly. So after, and I'm again reading from the THA's website, after 1980, so we are now in this era, after 1980, the THA was formed into 7 divisions, each representing a developmental concern. Today, the THA comprises of 2 arms: the legislative arm, which is when we go to plenary every Thursday, the last Thursday of every month, you see us going to James Park, going to the building above James Park. That is the legislative arm, where we go there and debate on things. That is the legislative arm. The other arm is known as the executive arm. And the executive arm is where you have the PNM currently assemblymen who get together and make decisions about policies relating to the Tobago House of Assembly. It is in the executive arm where they decide among themselves what they will do, how they would spend the money, who they would give a contract, who they would hire, which road they would pave. They make those decisions. In the executive arm, which is known as Executive Council in the Tobago House of Assembly. That is where those decisions are made. I see a call coming in, so I would answer it one time. Hello, good morning. You are on the air. Welcome. Hello, yes, I'm hearing you. Go ahead, you're on the air.
Yes, good morning. So nice of you this morning to explain and take your time and explain, because many of the younger generation doesn't know the history of the assembly, and one of the weak areas since the PNM came in, that they're not assuming the rightful powers that the assembly even give them. Even if the assembly, the act is limited, even the laws, they're not taking advantage of what they're responsible for. That's one. Two, when I come into Scarborough and I pass by the assembly building, I am very, very ashamed, especially outside of the assembly. If you go to any place in the world, right? When you reach a government building, it is a symbol of pride. In and around that building is a symbol of pride. Look at when you're coming up to town and you leave James Park, coming up there after the court area there. Look at the shame how outside they look. That's a government building. And outside of that building, the road, the sidewalk and so on, is looking at deplorable. One could not believe that is your where decisions are made for the entire island of governance and so on. When you look around that area, I have advocated long time that the sidewalks and the area around there should have been in a impeccable condition. Going down to Yonkau, all those areas should have been sidewalked and neatly kept. I can see one of the bars on the building there broke away from maybe a vehicle, damaged it and so on. The area is looking deplorable around there. It is a symbol of pride. Yeah? And I've said again that we have outgrown that building. I believe that building now should be a building where is a historical building where it can be a tourism site and so on, and attraction where people can visit and so on for the past. But we have outgrown it, and we need a new home for the Tobago House of Assembly, a proper new home. Eh? But the area there needs real fixing up. That old building as they come up Burnett Street there on the left, that building should be torn down, and that area should be sidewalk from Abraham's building there coming up. The sidewalk should continue in front of court. Those buildings that go up on the side of the road where that bar is and all those things, they came right up to the road. It should be pushed back and the sidewalk continue. The area, the town can be improved, but there is not the will from these jokers, these quacks to do it. But I can do a better job than all the Secretary of Works who pass through the PNM with Scarborough. Scarborough would be my first priority to fix if I were the Secretary of Works. Boy, listen, let me get rid of these people quick, eh?
Caller, I agree. But what you're highlighting is the fact that the entire of Scarborough needs an entire revamping. All of Scarborough that is supposed to be our tongue, our headquarters, needs a significant revamping. Thank you so much for that. And yes, that is why I'm taking the time, because a lot of people don't even recognize the kind of powers that we currently have, even though for many of for the last 20 years we really have not used those powers to our advantage. I wanted to reiterate though, because I think people don't understand that even though, for example, Mr. Watson Duke, who is the minority leader, Assemblyman Farley, who is in the minority with myself, the minority councillor, we are not involved in executive council. We are not involved in executive council at all. So in the meetings, when they have their meetings and they decide who to give contracts, which road to pave, which school to build or refurbish, those things, we are not in those meetings at all. So many times we hear about the decision that was made after the fact. We hear about the decision the same way everybody else hear about it on the news or something like that, or you see them in a big ceremony where they're cutting ribbon and whatever. That is when we hear about it the same time as you sometimes. And I know that is something that most people don't know. So when they make their decisions in executive council, we are not privy to those decisions until after the fact when it is public. Okay, so let me go quickly to the actual act so that you get a sense of what that says, how it sounds, and that kind of thing. Yes, I want to encourage everybody to go and download it. You just have to go to Tobago House of Assembly Act, and you would see it. It is on the Ministry of Legal Affairs website. You could get it there. I think you could also download it from the Tobago House of Assembly website, but it is available online. And I would want to encourage each of you. I know that when we send our children to law school and they become lawyers and that kind of thing, we begin to feel that is them people does be talking a different language and we cannot understand it. But the reality is this act, the laws in Trinidad and Tobago are actually written pretty simply. We just need to take our time and read through it to understand what it says. We just need to take our time and read through it. So don't be intimidated when you start to see the words. Don't be intimidated when you see the format of it. Don't be intimidated by that at all. You just go through and read it. Take your time and read it so that you understand where we are and what it means. So, this Tobago House of Assembly Act basically says that it should be cited as the Tobago House of Assembly Act. This particular one, which is the second go around, so we had the first go around, which was 1980. We had the first go around, which was 1980, and we had our freedom fighters then fighting again. Then we now have the second go around of the act, which is 1996. This is the second go around. So basically it was amended. That's the term that is used in legal kind of thing. It was amended, and we have the second go around in 1996. So that is the one that we are functioning under now. That is the one that we are using. That is the one that governs us. The good thing about laws and how they're written is that one of the first parts of it has to do with interpretation. So you will see an entire list. Is almost like a dictionary. So when they say chief secretary, it tells you this is what that word means. When you say assemblyman, this is what that word means. And as I am there, let me briefly just describe very quickly the difference between an assemblyman and a councillor, because we have people who are mixing up the two of them. So we have 12 electoral districts in Tobago, 12 electoral districts. So we have 12 people who are contesting elections for each party, right? At the end of the THA elections, you have 12 people who have won. In the last election, as in 2017, 10 of those people came from the PNM and 2 of those people came from the PDP. So we had Mr. Watson Duke winning his seat in Roxborough de la Ford and Farley Chavez Augustine winning his seat in Speyside Lansome, that area up there. I contested the Goodwood Bell Garden seat, but I did not win officially according to results for ABC. Questionable, whatnot, but let's, water under the bridge. I did not win. I lost that seat by 5 votes. Now, so you ask, okay, Dr. Faith, you did not win, so how are you in the assembly? What the law allows is for the winning party to then appoint somebody known as a councillor. So the winning party, right now the PNM, because they got 10 of the 12 seats, was able to appoint 3 councillors. So the winning party can appoint 3 councillors. The party that is in opposition, which is the PDP, was allowed to appoint 1 councillor, and I am the councillor who they appointed. So that is why, even though I lost my seat, Goodwood Bell Garden, I am now a part of the Tobago House of Assembly because I was appointed as a councillor for the minority. So I just wanted to clear that part up. There is a difference. Assemblymen are elected on election day, and councillors are appointed after the election. So I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. Now, an important part of it is kind of at the beginning. You would see within the act, you would see that it has different parts, and within the different parts, it would have different sections. So you would hear me referring to part 1, part 2, part 3, frequently, but not so much. You would more hear me refer to a section. So you would hear me refer to section 25 or to section 2 or to section whatever, because that tells you directly what the section is. If you are looking at it, you would recognize that the section, the numbers of the section is actually in bold. So when you look at the paper, you see very quickly the section number is bold, and then what that section refers to is written right next to it in normal print. So section 5 of the Tobago House of Assembly Act speaks to the fact that the THA is a body corporate. Now, the other thing you would notice when you are looking at the act is that on this sheet of paper, on the right-hand side of it, you would recognize that the wording is a lot. That is where the text is. That's where the meat is of the law. But on the left-hand corner, there's an entire column going all the way down on one side. So on the outskirts, on the outer part, there is an entire column that says it's just titles. So even if you don't want to read the entire document, you can scan through it, and for each section you would see what that section refers to because there's a title next to it. On some pages it's on the left, on some pages that column is on the right. Okay, so when you're looking at it, you can just look at what is on that column that it looks like a little title, and that title tells you what the section refers to. So section 5, which is on page 8, refers to body corporate, and it says the assembly shall be a body corporate and consist of 12 assemblymen elected, 4 councillors appointed, a presiding officer who may not be an assemblyman or a councillor. The assembly shall have a common seal which shall be judicially noticed. So it just says that this entity is a body corporate. It means it is a duly formed body, and for it to be a duly formed body, it has to have the 12 assemblymen. Remember, we spoke about those being elected, and the 4 councillors. 3 of those councillors appointed by the winning party, and 1 of those councillors appointed by the losing party, by the minority. So I just wanted to make that very, 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 very clear. Okay? It also says it goes down further to talk about that this is the fact that it is the president that needs to administer the oath and all of that stuff. Because remember when they had the internal election in their party bacchanal earlier this year, there was all kinds of questions about who's supposed to administer what oath and whether the presiding officer had the authority and whatnot, all kind of rigmarole, all kind of bacchanal they had down in their section, right? So this whole part, all of this talks about, and I'll just read through some of the titles so that you know what they're talking about. Swearing in of the assemblymen, election of a presiding officer, so the process for doing an election of a presiding officer, electing of a chief secretary and a deputy chief secretary. By the way, just want you to know that even though traditionally we have had the leader, whoever is the political leader of the party, automatically assuming the position of chief secretary, the reality is that is not what is in the act. The act says that basically of the people who have won, those who have won have to elect among themselves a chief secretary. And that is basically what happened after them people had the bacchanal in January, where we had the chief secretary that was there before, and because he got kicked out as political leader, the grouping of them who were in the Tobago House of Assembly, the 10 assemblymen, then decided among themselves to basically kick him out as chief secretary and elect another person as chief secretary. Now, if there is only one nomination, then there is no election. But if there is more than one nomination, then there is actually supposed to be an actual election that says, I vote for A, you vote for B, let's see who gets the most votes, and that person becomes the chief secretary. On the side of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, we have already decided among those of us, among the party and so forth, that the person who we want Tobago to know, because Mr. Watson Duke is the one who is going up, he is the political leader, but he's the one going up to be the member of parliament for Tobago East, which is outside of the Tobago House of Assembly. We've already said, okay, and it's really because the people on the ground have been pushing us, have been saying, this is what we want, this is what we want. And remember, we've always said that the PDP is a party for the people. It's not what we want, it is what the people on the ground have been saying. They've been saying that Assemblyman Farley would make a really, really good chief secretary. And we were like, okay, you know, you guys are right. All of the members of the PDP are really, really good. And Assemblyman Farley would make a really good chief secretary. So we are pushing him as our prospective chief secretary. So we know that in January 2021, if the people of Tobago allow us to have all of the seats so that we would win, or to have the majority of seats so that we would win, he would be the one that we've come together and decide would be the chief secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly. It goes on to how do you assume duties, the time limit between swearing in, meaning the time limit between when the election is supposed to be and when you're supposed to swear in people who've won, and all of that goodly stuff. It also speaks about the remuneration, meaning how are you supposed to get paid, what level of pay you're supposed to get, which is part of another document, and it goes on and on and on and on about these aspects of the THA. It also speaks about how you dissolve the THA and all of that. 23. Let me go to section 23 because this is critical. Section 23 says, the Assembly is a public body for the purposes of Prevention of Corruption Act, which basically says this is not a private entity that you can do what you want with. Remember, if you have your own private business, you could kind of do whatever you want. You could decide who you hire. You could decide who you fire. You could decide whatever you wish in your private business. If you have a little parlor, you could pick up tomorrow and hire somebody and pick up tomorrow and fire them because you want to fire them. Nobody ever had to come in and you don't have to declare your assets. You don't have to put out any public statement putting out your income and expenditure because that is your private business. But the Tobago House of Assembly is, for the purposes of the Prevention of Corruption Act, is a public body. So it means that whatever is done whatever is done in the Tobago House of Assembly, within the Tobago House of Assembly, it is supposed to be public business. So when they come to you with the Nancy story, that and behaving as if you're not supposed to ask questions about where the money gone, or you're not supposed to ask questions about how all you decide on hiring that contractor instead of that contractor, you as the public has the right to ask those questions, and the Tobago House of Assembly, because it is a public body, has the responsibility to provide those answers to you. So don't let them hoodwink you. Don't let them behave as if it is their money and their business and their thing. So you've bold and out of place for asking where the $10 million that should have got to one bank account and went into the next bank account, what all you're doing about that. You have the right, Tobago, to ask those questions because this is a public body according to the Act. And public bodies mean it's supposed to account to the public. Don't get it twisted. Don't allow them to hoodwink you. Let me go down some more. Section 25 specifically speaks about the functions of the assembly and the responsibilities of the assembly, and it says, and this is part of the critical part, without prejudice to Section 75 of the Constitution, the Assembly shall, in relation to Tobago, be responsible for the formulation and implementation of policy in respect of the matters set out in the 5th schedule. Let me read that again, because there are several key important things in that one line. Section 25(1) says, and I'm going to read it slowly. Without prejudice to Section 75(1) of the Constitution. Section 75(1) of the Constitution basically says that the Constitution, the Trinidad and Tobago, the Parliament, the Cabinet in Trinidad and Tobago has ultimate responsibility for everything. So it basically says, what this law says is that the Assembly can do whatever it wishes as it relates to the items in the 5th schedule, but it cannot do anything that is outside or that goes against what is in the cabinet or what is in the section, what is in what the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago says. Now, this is actually one of the contentious areas between the THA Act and the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, because many people have actually said that they do not want the Tobago House of Assembly to be constrained, because there may be something that the central government is saying or doing that we are totally against, and we don't want to have to follow that kind of rule or that kind of policy. So this is one of the areas where there has been contention, and there has been, people have been coming out saying, hey, that's one of the areas we want to change, because we want to be able to, if we really, really need to do something because we think it's important for us to do it, because we think it's important for us to do it this way, because Trinidad is going down one road, we should be able to go down another road if we feel that is better for us. It also says that for the better performance of its function, the Assembly is hereby empowered to do all such acts and take all such steps as may be necessary, which includes devising mechanisms to ensure the protection, security of public buildings or other assets, enter into contracts as it deems fit, obtain from international donors grants, aid, and technical assistance. Remember, it doesn't say we can borrow money, but we can get grants, aid, and technical assistance from international donors. Okay? So, and it also says that the Tobago House of Assembly is responsible for items under the 5th schedule. Now, if you go again, take notes, so that when you pull it up yourself or when you print it yourself, you know what it's talking about. If you go down to the end, so I'm going to skip through down to the end so that you see what I'm talking about. If you go down to the end of the THA Act, where it talks about where all of the main wordings are finished. So we now are to the end where we talk about the 1st schedule, 2nd schedule, 3rd schedule, and so forth. The 1st schedule, just letting you know, is the oath or affirmation of office for the assemblyman. So when we have the swearing in ceremony 2-3 days after the election, and the president comes up and you see them stand and put your hand on a Bible, or depending on what you believe otherwise, you actually hear them say an oath. That is what is written in the 1st schedule. The second schedule is the oath or affirmation of office for the presiding officer and deputy presiding officer. The third schedule is the oath or affirmation of office for the chief secretary, deputy chief secretary, secretaries, and assistant secretaries. So they have to then swear, they have to then basically take this oath that says, I will carry about my function without fear or favor and that kind of thing. The fourth schedule is the auto affirmation for office of councillors. So because I was a councillor, I had to quote unquote swear using this oath, right? And then we get down to the fifth schedule, because that is the part you'll always hear people talking about as it relates to the Tobago House of Assembly. The fifth schedule says, and I read verbatim, areas of responsibility of the Assembly. Right? So it outlines here areas of responsibility of the Assembly, and it lists 33 areas. It lists 33 areas. I would read them through very, very, very quickly. Finance, that is to say the collection of revenue and the meeting of expenditure incurred in the carrying out of functions of the Assembly. Finance, 1. 2. State lands. 3. Land and marine parks. 4. Museums, archives, historical sites, and historical buildings. 5. Public buildings and the maintenance of the residence of the President and the Prime Minister. 6. Tourism. 7. Sports. 8. Culture and the arts. 9. Community development. 10. Cooperatives. 11. Agriculture. 12. Fisheries. 13. Food production. 14. Forestry. 15, town and country planning. And let me pause right there. Town and country planning. We are supposed to be responsible for town and country planning in Tobago. All year. 16, this is another one. Infrastructure, including air and sea transportation, wharves and airports, and public utilities. And I would read 16 again. Infrastructure, including air and sea transportation, wharves and airports, and public utilities. So when they come and tell you that the central government is responsible for putting down the airport, and that had nothing to do with the Tobago House of Assembly, that's just another example of a responsibility of the Tobago House of Assembly that we have given away. We just give them away. So the central government come in and do what you want. And we in the Tobago House of Assembly just sitting down and take it because we have PNM in Trinidad and PNM in Tobago, and like PNM in Tobago frighten up PNM in Trinidad so they can't speak up. So that whole project with the airport, should have been managed by the Tobago House of Assembly. And not me, so look pan the law. And not faith what just says so. I am simply reading what is in the law. 17, telecommunications. 18, highways and roads. 19, industrial development. 20, the environment. 21, customs and excise. 22, licensing. 23, health services. 24, library services. 25, education including curriculum. So when we speak about the fact that the Tobago House of Assembly can ensure that the Tobago children them learn about Tobago thing because we could put it in we curriculum, we are not speaking out of our head. We are actually saying what the law currently says we can and should be doing. 26, social welfare. 27, marketing. 28, valuations. 29, postal services and collection of revenue therefrom. 30, statistics and information. 31, housing. 32, plant and animal quarantine. And 33 is one of those all-encompassing, such other matters as the President may by order assign to the Assembly. So those are the things that the Assembly is responsible for. There is also a sixth schedule which are matters that the Assembly shall not be responsible for, which includes the President, national security, civil aviation, and those things. And the PDP actually is saying that some of these things, we think that we should be responsible for some of those things in Tobago because they really, really affect us. So judiciary, for example, we think that we should be responsible for some of the aspects of judiciary in Tobago. So you don't have a situation where magistrates coming up from Trinidad and because they don't have a flight, we can't go to court. Some of those things we think we should be responsible for, but then again, it's something that we're working with. And then there is a 7th schedule, which is services to be performed or delivered in Tobago. So that includes things like Registrar General, Government Printry, Chief Parliamentary Council, and those things. National Lotteries Board, Standard of Bureau, and those things are listed there as things that are services that should be provided in Tobago. So there needs to be some very clear relationship about how those things should be provided in Tobago. So again, I just wanted you all to be clear in terms of what the 5th schedule currently says the Tobago House of Assembly needs to be responsible for. That was section 25. So if you go to section 25, it will tell you that the Tobago House of Assembly is responsible for the items in the 5th schedule. And what I just took a little bit of time to do is read through the items in the 5th schedule, all 33 of them. Okay, we get that? I'm going a little fast because we have plenty to talk about in the time, and I want to leave a little bit of time at the end for people to call in, because this is important. This is important for us to know what the law currently says. And the reason this is important is because they come around and they tell you all kind of rigmarole story. They come around and tell you all kind of Nancy stories. So when, for example, you hear the minister, the MP for Tobago East and Tobago West talk about they build fire station and police station and administrative complex and all kind of thing, or they talk about indoor swimming pool and all of those things. Those are infrastructure. Those are public buildings. Those are things that have to come, should be coming from the Tobago House of Assembly. Those are things that should be under the jurisdiction of the Tobago House of Assembly according to the THA Act, according to the 5th schedule of the THA Act. Now, critical. Another thing that we spoke about at length a day before, and I'm seeing somebody saying on my Facebook, people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge education. I completely agree with you. I completely agree, because we don't know. They come and try to tell us all kind of Nancy story because we do not know. But I am taking the time out now to let you know. So when they come through with the foolishness over the next couple of days, you tell them, look, my THA Act here, section 25 says this, 5th schedule says that. What in heaven's name you talking about? And then you would see them backpedal real quick, because they didn't realize that you had sense, and they didn't realize that you could have read for yourself, and then they didn't realize that you could have think for yourself. Somebody says magistrate can't have a flight, which means no court. More importantly, specialist doctors, if they don't have a flight, then we have no life-saving treatment in Tobago, which is absolutely ridiculous. It is time for a change now. I completely agree. Time for a change now. Now, another thing that I want to touch on, which I've spoken about before, is the assembly laws, and that is on section 29. Section 29, assembly laws. THA Act section 29 speaks about the assembly laws. And this is where I spent a lot of time some time ago, where we were talking about the fact that the Progressive Democratic Patriots, the PDP, when we send down Watson Solomon Duke and Tashia Grace Boris to Trinidad, one of the things we are going to ask them to change in the Tobago House of Assembly Act, because remember what we are saying is we want this document quick. The same way that they could have bring a marijuana bill quick. The same way they could have bring all kind of bill to say, well, if they meet you with so much money in your house, they're looking you up, take away the money, and you have to find answers for them and all kind of story. When they come, because they were able to come with that quick, we want them to come with this quick after August. So it should be the first bill or the second bill that they take to Parliament after August. By September, we should be good. By September, it should done already, because we are just asking for a couple little changes in the bill. And this is one of the areas we want the change to happen. So let me read to you what it currently says right now, and then I will explain what the change needs to be, and you'll see how simple it is. What it says now is section 29(1) says, in the exercise of its power under this act, the Assembly may propose and adopt bills in relation to matters for which it is responsible under section 25. I remember section 25 says that the Tobago House of Assembly is responsible for items under the 5th schedule. And remember I read the 5th schedule is what said health and education and wharves and those things, right? So, in the exercise of its power under this Act, the Assembly shall propose and adopt bills in relation to the matters for which it is responsible under Section 25. 2. Such bills shall be debated in the Assembly in accordance with its standing orders and, if adopted, shall be transmitted by the Chief Secretary to the Secretary to the Cabinet, with a request for it to be introduced into the Parliament for enactment into law in accordance with Section 61 of the Constitution. So after we debate it in Tobago, in the Tobago House of Assembly, after we go up to the building above James Park, in Tobago, we then have our Chief Secretary in Tobago then send it to the Cabinet and basically asking the Cabinet to take it to Parliament for us. Because we in the Tobago House of Assembly can't take it to Parliament ourselves. So we are asking somebody in the Cabinet, and by the way, remember the Cabinet is equivalent to the Executive Council in Tobago. The Cabinet is those who win and make decisions in Tobago, those who decide who get contract, those who decide. So when we talking about sending it to the Cabinet, we are talking about sending it to like to Dr. Rowley and Alwari, and they know because they make up the Cabinet in Trinidad right now. That is the situation. Now, this is one of the areas that we want change, because all you could imagine a situation with a PDP in Tobago and Dr. Rowley in Trinidad, and we sending something to he to take to the Cabinet, for he to take to Parliament. Well, look now, crapo smoke with pipe. Crapo smoke with pipe. Imagine this is what happened with the Tobago Autonomy Bill, where it was PNM in Tobago and PNM in Trinidad, and even though Mr. Orville London was very proud when he handed over the document in 2016, just before he left, when he handed over the document in Tobago to Dr. Rowley in 2016, that was the step he was taking. He was handing it over from the Tobago House of Assembly and handing it to Cabinet, basically asking them to put it before the Parliament. What happened? He did that in 2016. Remember, we had that full discussion yesterday or day before. He did that in 2016, and it never made it to Parliament until 2018. Until 2018, 2 whole years later. 2 whole years later is the time it took for PNM in Tobago, between PNM in Tobago and PNM in Trinidad, for PNM in Trinidad to see it fit to bring it before the Parliament. So you could imagine if it was a PDP in Tobago and PNM in Trinidad. All now we ain't hear about it. All now we ain't see it. All now we can't even see where it pass. All now we still looking below somebody's desk for it. And that is one of the areas we want removed in Tobago, because if we've passed something in the Tobago House of Assembly because we want it done and because we see in Tobago this is important for us, we should not now have to go to Trinidad and beg them to send it to Parliament for them to debate for us. And when I say Tobago, when I speak very clearly about Tobago's redefining Tobago's independence, those are the kinds of things I am talking about. Don't let any of them come and tell you any Nancy story. So I continue to read. Remember, we at section 29. I just read 1 and 2, so I'm going to read 3 under section 29. It says, upon the decision of the Cabinet, so the Cabinet has to decide. Dr. Rowley and them had to decide. When we sent it to them in 2016, they were the only ones who had to decide. Upon the decision of Cabinet, for the purpose, a bill that is adopted shall be introduced into Parliament with a view so it is enacted in accordance with the relevant standing orders. Basically, when we gave it to them, when our boy Orville London gave it to them in 2016, it was them and them alone that had to decide where it went from there. It was them and them alone that decided where it went from there. And them alone decided to hold it until 2018. 2 whole years later, them and them alone. And our 2 Tobago MPs have the gall to get on TV to talk about they did their part. What part did you play? What part exactly did you play, madam? Which part? Because if when you play your part, it still takes 2 years, it means you don't have a voice. It means they don't listen to you. Well, the fact that you represent Tobago East and Tobago West does not mean anything. Because if you had really played your part, it would have been there from the first day, first month, second month. Oh gosh, first year, it would have been there. But it took 2 whole years. And again, don't let them tell you that it was not up to them, because as according to the law, it is completely, wholly and solely up to the cabinet, and the cabinet is led by our Tobago boy, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, and his others, Alwari and Stuart Young, and all of them down there made that decision. So when these 2 MPs who just failed over the 5 years that you gave them already come and try to tell you now how they did so much, ask them, why did it take 2 years between when we handed the document to them and when they finally brought it to Parliament? Ask them and hear what they have to say. So 3 says, upon the decision of cabinet, then they take it to Parliament. 4 says, a bill adopted by the Assembly shall not seek to abrogate, suspend, repeal, alter, override, or be contrary to any law written in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, or impose any direct or indirect taxes whatsoever. The first part of that, I don't really mind, and I don't think most people mind, because if we are staying as one country, we should not have laws where in one area it is opposed to the other completely, so it's hard to follow. We need to find a way where we can work together and where the laws can dovetail and where the laws can work together. But the second part of that, which talks about us not being able to put in any law that deals with any kind of taxation, direct or indirect, that I have a serious problem with. Because if Tobago wants to be able to tax somebody, because we need to tax them. And when we say taxation, we mean something as simple as a fine, So, for example, if we realize that we're in rainy season, we need to have people with the yard clean because we don't want no host of that mosquito for we to get dengue. And we realize that one neighbor, you always have one, that one neighbor with a yard, very, very high grass, all kind of thing in the yard and all kind of thing. And we decide that we want to impose a fee that says if your NQ cut your yard in time, we could come and cut it and charge you. We cannot do that because technically that is directly or indirectly imposing a tax. And the Tobago House of Assembly, according to this part, cannot do that. By the way, we are not asking for anything unreasonable, because in Arima, if Arima decide to charge you $2,000 to cut your yard because you're not cutting it, Arima has been able to do it. Port of Spain can do it. San Fernando can do it. So we're not talking about anything that is new and novel, and we're trying to no. These are things that are already happening in Trinidad. So when I tell you, when we are talking about independence for Tobago, we're defining the independence for Tobago. It's these little things that we are talking about. These little things that would make such a big difference in how we govern in Tobago, that would make such a big difference in how we execute what we have to execute in Tobago. And the last part of Section 29 says, when passed by Parliament, so which means after it got through the Cabinet, Senate, or Parliament, we can then take it to a joint select committee and then take it back to Parliament. Parliament debates and passes it. After it is passed, it then is taken to the President for him or her to sign. That is basically what Section 29 says about how we are to make a law in Tobago. Now, oil tell me, all of them steps, you see all of them long steps, that is the problem we have. Because the same way Arima could decide we want a law, we passing a law, we debating a law, we pass it and just send it for the President to sign, Tobago should be able to do the same thing. The same way Port of Spain could decide we charging all to park, whether you like it or not, and the rest of all can't do nothing about it. And when we decide that that is the law, because a parking fee is technically a tax, a direct or indirect tax. When that is done, Port of Spain can decide they are doing that and there's nothing in, because they're sending it directly to the President for the President to sign. Tobago should have the same authority to do that. So all of these steps, you see all of that story there, 29, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of that. What we are asking, what Miss Tashia Grace Boris and Watson Solomon Duke If Tobago sends them down, one of the first things that they are going to be pushing for is for we to just remove them 3-4 little line there from the document. And we good. Or you remove them 3-4 little line there. You ain't even talking about rewriting the whole document. No. For now, because all you're trying to play the fool with the act and the fact that the bill is lapsed in Trinidad, for now, until you could figure out how to do that larger thing, or you just remove them 2-3 line left away and we good. That is what. So when you hear Mr. Watson Solomon Duke talk about the fact that when he goes to Trinidad, he is asking, he's going to be talking to PNM and UNC in Trinidad, whoever to make the government, that this is one of the things we will be negotiating. So when we make the government and one of the first or second bills that we would be introducing in Parliament is to amend the THA Act. These are the things he's talking about amending. And Ms. Guy, no. Why Tobago not allowed to do the same? You're asking me? I don't know. But that is what the document says. And this is why Tobago, we keep talking about the fact that, we got one version of this THA Act in 1980. We got another version of this THA Act in 1996. And what the PDP is pushing now is that in 2020, we should then pass the baton again so that we get a better level, so that we get a greater level of autonomy. This is what we are talking about. And this is clear. This is very clear, because when you look at all of the documents that relate to the consultations that relate to autonomy in Tobago, this is one of the things that the people who were part of those consultations said very clearly. This is what we want. This is what we want. This is what we need you to do. Okay? This is not difficult. We're not talking about anything hard. So when we talk, as in we, the Progressive Democratic Patriots, talks about real representation on behalf of the people of Tobago, this is what we are sending Watson Solomon Duke and Tashia Grace Boris to Trinidad to do. All of them other stuff is stuff that the THA can do. All of them other stuff that the other party talking about, they did this and they build this and they build that and they build, all of that is construction. The Tobago House of Assembly should be responsible for all of those constructions. And by the way, if you look at all of the books, if you look at all of the budgets, for all of those last 10, 15, 20 years, all of them building there was there since, what they say, the devil was a little boy. All of them was there. 5, 10, 15, 20 years now, all of them was on the books. So them they come in now with the list of 41 things and have the gall to include having a mini hospital in Roxbury, as if a mini hospital in Roxbury wasn't there before them, that it come and it didn't work and then it break down and we had to do it differently. The goal that they come in and tell you that they bring fire station and police station, as if we wasn't supposed to have a fire station and police station, as if the fire station and police station was not on the books for the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years. They have the goal to come and tell you that is one of their accomplishments. That is not what we sent you to Trinidad to do. Them this thing that should have happened 10, 15 years ago. Don't come with that stupidness. Do not come with that foolishness at all. Nah, don't do with that. Don't do with that. So the amendments to Section 29, as I just outlined, are the things that we are talking about. That is what we're sending the fighters to Trinidad to do. Because the amendments that we got, when we got the original thing in 1980 and when we got the amendments in 1996, is because we had sent freedom fighters to Trinidad, and those were the ones who were down there pushing and fighting for us. This is another opportunity, Tobago. This is another opportunity to send some freedom fighters who will not be sitting down and just taking instructions from their political leader, from their party, who is not Tobago-centric, not interested in anything about Tobago, apart from his sheep, them that in air condition. We need to send people who are going to speak on behalf of Tobago without fear. We are going to send people, and we need you to help us send people who will be willing to mash up Parliament if they feel that because we're too nice and proper that we ain't gonna come down there and mash it up, because that is what we need to do. No. Tobago, the two that were there failed miserably over the last 5 years. If all they could tell you that they do If all they could tell you that they do is build a fire station and build a police station and this, that, and the other, tell them to pack the Georgie bundle and go, because them things should have been there for the last 10, 15 years. Don't let them come with that foolishness. Tobago deserves so much more than that. Let's go down a little bit more. Section 31. Section 31. And all you gotta remember, let me read it first. Section 31 says, the Prime Minister and the Chief Secretary shall hold regular discussions with a view to formulating administrative and legislative mechanisms for the promotion of harmony in the affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. What does that say? That the Prime Minister and the Chief Secretary supposed to be talking all the time. They're supposed to be talking all the time. Is that currently happening? I don't know. Did it happen with the former Chief Secretary who they kick out a little while? I don't know. But my understanding is that plenty of times, for example, even with the Sanders situation, and by the way, I think I would speak about Sanders tomorrow. I think I would spend the entire 2 hours to talk about the Sanders thing tomorrow. Because I know for a fact, whether they want to admit it or not, that we were in Tobago hearing about decisions made about Sanders and about decisions made about where Sanders was going and what Sanders was going to be like. And the people in Tobago, the Chief Secretary in Tobago, didn't know diddly squat about what was going on with Sanders. Did not know diddly squat when Section 31 of the Tobago House of Assembly Act basically says that those two people need to be in constant communication so that we can ensure that everything that's going on in Trinidad and everything that's going on in Tobago is in sync. But no, the only time you was hearing about disrespect was when during that last couple years when Mr. Orville London was there and we had the People's Partnership in Trinidad. And every time something happened, you hear Mr. Orville London jump out and buff up his face talking about disrespect, disrespect, disrespect. And the level of disrespect that has happened since then. And we hear nothing about it because when it's PNM in Tobago and PNM in Trinidad, PNM in Tobago does take disrespect and bow their head and put the tail between the leg and say, thank you, mommy, thank you, daddy. Tobago, we deserve better than that. We don't want no drama boys or no drama girls representing us. Time for that is over. Time for that is over. We want people who could stand firm and say, hey, what you're talking there is utter foolishness. That is not what we came down here for. That is not what my people sent me here for. We want people who would not be afraid to do that. And you all know, if nothing else, you know that Mr. Watson Solomon Duke ain't taking that kind of chat from nobody. You know for a fact that if in Mason Hall, the time when the Prime Minister, they tell with Chief Secretary, if Mr. Watson Solomon Duke was our Chief Secretary, when the Prime Minister take God out of thoughts and tell the big man to sit down, that the meeting would have mash up. Because you ain't telling we chief advocate to sit down and have them kiki and grinning their teeth and sit down like little boy. That is a perfect example of how we have been treated for the longest while. And that is a perfect example of what we have accepted for the longest while. And Tobago, it is time that we say no more. All you go far enough with all your story, no more. And the only way to do it, because we have already seen 5 full years of examples of the fact that the PNM, Tobago East and Tobago West MPs have been sitting quietly and taking the sit down and taking the shut up and taking the little girl treatment. We know for a fact that that has happened, because if it didn't happen, we would have heard more about the issues relating to Tobago. If it didn't happen, we would have heard more about the autonomy bill that they just allowed to lapse, that it took them 2 years before it was handed to them, before they even brought it to the parliament. If that was not happening, we would have not been in the situation that we are in now. So we know for a fact that them, they can't say nothing. So we're sending them back there for? To say nothing again? That is what you're sending them back there for? This is not little children's story. This is not a playground. We are talking about big people business. We need to send big people who could stand up and stand firm and say, hey, hello, you're talking stupidness. That is not what my people want. That is not what my people want. That is not what my people need. It is time we stop sending down them little children because they're not behaving like adults. We need people who would be able to stand firm. And the reality is, Tashia Grace Boris and Watson Solomon Duke will stand firm. They will stand up and stand up with such authority. You watch and see. But Tobago, we need your help because I only have one vote. Fali only has one vote. Dr. Sean only has one vote. Tashia only has one vote. Watson only has one vote. And we need more than one. We need more than those who are allowed. We need the vote. We need the X of every single one of you to ensure that we are given the opportunity to go down and do what is needed. That is what we need to do. We can't allow this foolishness to continue. We cannot. Let me go down a little bit more. Section 46. Skipping through. And I want to go and read all of it. All of it is very, very good. All of it is very, very interesting. All of it is important, but you only have a little bit of time. Section 46 says, the accounts of the Assembly are public accounts of Trinidad and Tobago for the purposes of Section 116 of the Constitution. The accounts of the Assembly are public accounts of Trinidad and Tobago for the purposes of Section 116 of the Constitution. What that means, every single cent that is spent in the Tobago House of Assembly, you as the public have the right to hear, to see, to know about it. Don't let it behave as if it's them money. Don't let it behave as when you are asking a question, you're asking them what to do with their $100. No, it is not their $100, it is ours. When we buy sugar and when we buy gas and when we do all kind of things and we pay taxes, that is what that is. The accounts of the Assembly are public accounts. Don't get it twisted. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them make you feel bad for asking the hard questions. And I'm telling you all now, that is exactly why they are fighting so hard to ensure that the Progressive Democratic Patriots to try to let we and get there. Because they know that when we get there, we would lay it all bare for everyone to see. So all of the people them who you think was getting contract and you're seeing them go from being paupers to being wealthy people in no time, we will lay it bare. Because you can't have a situation where some are we eating, drinking wine and cheese and champagne and whatnot, and the rest of we can't even get a glass of more beer. We cannot allow that to happen. And the Progressive Democratic Patriots, we have pledged that if you give us the opportunity, this time, by putting Tashia and Watson to go down to Trinidad, and then for the THA election, putting the entire PDP team in the THA. When we get there and when we start combing through those books that are supposed to be public books, when we start combing through them, we will let you know. And I'm promising you, people gonna make jail. Because somehow they're talking about the $10 million that went somewhere. The $10 million that suddenly went from one account to our next account. And they're telling me nobody can even spend a night in jail for that? Nobody? $10 whole million went from one account. It should have gone to one account and it went to another account, and not one soul never spent one night in jail just for that, not even for questioning. All you're so serious? And we supposed to just let that go? Honestly? So when you see they coming real hard, when you see they coming with the all kind of Nancy Story and Watson, you, this and Tashia, this and Faith, this and Farley, that, know that it is because they are trying to protect that. They are trying to prevent us from getting there so that they can keep their secrets. But remember, their secrets are being kept while you don't even know where you're getting the Morbi back from to make a little bit of Morbi juice. You don't even know where you're getting the sugar from to add to the Morbi back to give it a little bit of taste. They are drinking wine and champagne and cheese and living life, and their sheep living in air condition. Hello, Tobago. Don't give them that opportunity again to keep pulling wool over your eyes. Let me go down to section 49 quickly. Because section 49 basically says part 2, and I will jump to that. Upon the coming into force of this act, meaning the THA Act, any company, financial institution, or a person operating a business in Tobago shall pay in Tobago all taxes, fees, duties, levies, and other imports in respect of the operation in Tobago. Let me say that again. Upon the coming into force of this act, any company, financial institution, and or person operating a business in Tobago shall pay in Tobago all taxes, fees, duties, levies, and other things imposed upon it. What does that mean? Everybody who working in Tobago, you see all them banks that running in Tobago, all them banks that doing the thing in Tobago and making all kind of money on we back, the taxes that they should be paid in Tobago to Tobago. Let me answer this call. Good morning,
Yes,
you are on the way.
Dr. Faith, how are you going?
Good.
Yeah, listen, I just wanted to call again about something here. Listen, I want to know, it baffles me what the THA has been doing for the last 20 years, especially in the area, as you were discussing the THA, especially in the area of tourism, right? I am baffled to know. I have seen where in every Caribbean island within the last 2 decades, we're not talking about 2 months, we're talking about 2 decades, 2 10-year periods, that so many of the islands were able to attract investors investing in hotels. Are you telling me after 2 decades, that not one room was built? Not one room. Because I want to know, when they say that tourism grow and all them things, what are the numbers they're checking? What they used to measure that? I would expect part of that would be you're seeing where more hotel stock, they have been growing so well that you are seeing new hotel rooms being built, new hotels being invested and adding to the room stock and more visitors coming in.
Exactly.
Right? But not one single room was built in the last 20 years. I want people in Tobago to let that sink through their mind. 20 years, not one room. Oh, that is our main product in Tobago. We are known for a tourist island here. Right? This is the only thing that we have in Tobago that we could say is our own, that withdraw any foreign exchange and things from, right? And not one room. In fact, in the same period, we had about 5 hotels closed. In the same period, and I have seen, when I look on the news, the other islands able to attract business people coming into Tobago, that must be for the PDP.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, right? Attract investors to come in. Just recently, I saw on the papers where Grenada had 2 massive deals signing with hotels recently, and there was investors from Abu Dhabi and so on. And you could imagine the kind of hotels that would be going down in those places, right? What is it to? What the people in tourism division? What they were paying Neil Wilson for? What the tourism, the people who are being paid heavily in those areas, what are they being paid for?
Oh, but
you can't get investors to come here with our beautiful island, with all the space available to put down a hotel. And the central government had to get involved, the Prime Minister and his team, to try and rush a hotel here and wasn't thought out properly while the people and then leave. Yeah?
Exactly. Thank you so much.
What were they doing all this time? What were they doing all this time? What are they being paid for?
Critical question, and you are right. And again, I would spend a little bit of a time talking about this tomorrow when I talk about Sandals, because one of the things they try to let us believe is that Sandals was going to be investing in Tobago, when in fact Sandals was not going to spend a cent, and it is the government of Trinidad and Tobago that was going to spend the millions and billions of dollars putting up Sandals. So they were trying to, again, hoodwink us, trying to tell us one thing when we know for a fact is something else. By the way, let me go back to that section where we're talking about collecting taxes, because it's important. It's important to know that even, for example, all of the businesses here, the courts and the retail stores, the courts and standards and all of those places, the banks, the credit unions, all of those places, technically they should be paying all of their taxes in Tobago to Tobago. And what is supposed to happen is, if we collect more money than what we need, so if we collect more money, so let's say, we are saying that we want to collect, we need $5 billion to run Tobago. And when we collect taxes from all of these businesses and whatnot, we collect $6 billion. What the law basically says is that we would take the 5 to run Tobago, so we wouldn't have to take any money from Trinidad or anything like that anymore. And the surplus, meaning that extra $1 billion that we are seeing, we would then divide it up between Trinidad and Tobago 50-50. So if we collect enough money here in Tobago and we collect more than what we need to run the government, to run the THA, we get to keep half of the extra, and then we send half back to Trinidad. That is what the current law says. Which is why it's so important for us to develop private sector in Tobago, because it is private sector that would be making money for us to tax to be able to make back money from them. That is why it's so important for the government to institute policies that allows businesses to thrive. See, excuse me. If we have a situation where the only people who are hiring and the only people who are doing quote-unquote business on the island is the THA, it means that we do not have any other private sector businesses to tap into, to tax, to get money from, to run the country, to run the island. That is why a big chunk, what is a proof that what the THA has been doing for the longest while has failed miserably is the fact that we have had so many people working in the THA and we have a dwindling, a dying private sector. That is key. That is absolutely key. And let me jump to the last part of what I want to talk about in terms of the Act, Section 51. Section 51, because I've spoken about it before, and again it goes back to the idea of Tobago being a little child and Trinidad is a big man. Section 51 says the Secretary, with the approval of the Assembly, borrow by way of overdraft such sums as the Assembly considers fit for the discharge of its function. So the Assembly can get overdraft. That's not an issue. Get overdraft. Section 51B says, though, you need the approval of the Minister of Finance, to borrow from outside. So if we, for example, know that we need $10 million to do some project and we go to a bank outside somewhere and the bank can give us the $10 million, we in Tobago have to go to the Minister of Finance in Trinidad and ask him, please, pretty please, to allow us to borrow that money. While in Trinidad, they can go to anywhere and borrow any money they want without asking us any kind of permission to do it. So when the PDP continues to talk about redefining the independence of Tobago, that's what we're talking about. Bringing Tobago to a level where Trinidad currently is. And yes, I'm seeing online the private sector is the key in building all first world nations. That is where the economy is. If your entire economy is within the government, we have serious problems. That is proof that government has failed to develop its people. It's like saying you have children, and as a parent, you bravely and you proudly say, well, you're spending the money up front, you're sending your children to school, you're educating them, you're doing what it takes for them to develop into good, loving, caring, productive adults. And then after they become adults, they are 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, and still have to live at home. It means that something happened, something did not work the way it should. Because by that time, they should be out on their own, doing their own thing, and you as a parent should be rocking back now, enjoying your retirement and so forth. Let me answer this call. Good morning, you are on the air. Thank you for calling.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
I am good, thank you.
All right. After listening to you this morning, no, I wasn't in, how to put it, favor of the PDP, right? As far as I'm hearing this morning, I'm confident in yourself, based upon the information that is given. I'm confident in yourself, and I'm confident in Mr. Farley, all right? Can we have a conversation tomorrow, if possible?
As in a private conversation between you and I?
Yes.
Sure, that's not a problem.
All right. Well, I'll meet you at the radio station as soon as you come off air, if that's possible. Hello?
Yes, sure. That is fine, except that I have to go to a funeral tomorrow afternoon, so I won't be able to chat for very long, but we can then set up something, okay?
All right, that's no problem. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for calling, and thank you for calling, and I look forward to our conversation tomorrow. The good
yes, because it's very, how to put it, many of us that are listening to the politics that is playing at this moment, we already know that Mr. Duke is going to win for Tobago West. We already anticipate that aspect, right? But we're just listening to some of the things in which he has been saying. Some of the things in which he has been saying has never been broken down the way in which you did it this morning. And I'm quite taken back at some of the things in which you are saying in terms of where the THA Act is concerned, because I've taken a keen interest in that act in particular. And I'm thanking you this morning for that. You really clarified a lot of things, a lot of questions that I had in my head. And I'm really hoping that we could have a meeting tomorrow.
All right, thank you, certainly, and I'm glad that I was able to do that, and that really is the point of having these programs on the air, because a lot of this information, we need help working through it. So I thank you for calling and letting me know that I am not just here talking my head off and wasting time. Thank you.
Yes, the people are listening, and trust me, the youths especially are listening, and I know most of the young people would not be voting because they are, how to put it, saddened at the mere fact of how the politics is being played. And it's the same year come, year go, it's the same thing, the same khaki pants according to the old people. So if what you are saying is that is what the PDP is offering, then you get my vote.
Thank you so much, much appreciated. So we will definitely chat with each other tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks for calling. I'm seeing here a comment on Facebook. I think a big part of the problem is putting persons as a secretary of departments in the THA who are not qualified for the job. They are not thinking out of the box, doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. If you are not competent, how can you expect progress? And I agree with that, which is why, for example, at the last elections, the Progressive Democratic Patriots was actually when we were identifying candidates for each electoral district. We were not just identifying candidates to go up in that district. We were already saying to the people of Tobago, yes, this is the candidate we are sending for Belga and Goodwood, but we want her to be the secretary of whatever, so that people know that the person who you are electing, yes, you are electing them to be an area representative, but you are also electing somebody who is competent to run the particular division that we want them to run. Because you are right, it is critical. Yes, we have the technical people and so forth working with it within the divisions. Yes, we have the public servants and so on that are doing their job and doing a great job, but they need to be guided. Remember, the way it works is that the politician is who creates the policy and then hands it over to the public servant for them to implement the policy. It means that the policy has to first be a good policy for the public servant to then implement. So critical thing that needs to be dealt with. So let me just remind quickly, as we are coming closer and closer to the end, these 2 hours has go by so quickly, and you could keep calling if you wish. 717-9591, 717-9591 if you're calling straight, or if you're calling on WhatsApp, 734-6355, 734-6355. This evening we are congregating at about 3:30 by the Dwight York Stadium and leaving at exactly 4 o'clock. To head up to starting in Studley Park, Goodwood, Goldsboro, and then ending in Pembroke by the Bridge this evening. Pembroke by the Bridge this evening is where we would have our final meeting this evening. If you were in Bethel last night, you recognize that we had a good old time in Bethel. We had a great time in Bethel, and we are inviting you to come out this evening. We are leaving stadium at 4 p.m. exact. If it's me alone leaving stadium at 4, I'm leaving stadium at 4. Or let we do the Tobago time thing now. Let we leave the stadium at 4. So come out. Please, because we are still in the midst of COVID and we are seeing, like, it seems like there's a full outbreak happening again in Trinidad. We are asking you to come with your face coverings, with your mouth coverings, with your nose coverings, so that we could help reduce the spread, just in case anybody happened to have been in Trinidad and came up and got it in Trinidad and they probably don't even know, so that we could reduce that possibility of spread in Tobago. I'm seeing another comment on WhatsApp and I'm going to read that. Morning, doctor. Personally, I had no problem with sandals coming here. My problem is where they wanted to go. My recommendation was for them to go to Cotton Bay, develop that side of the island, commerce, and drive economic development in that area. This would improve electricity, roads, water, and create self-employment. And if it's privacy they wanted, they would have had that full time. Sending it, the person said they're sending it earlier just in case they are not able to send it tomorrow. So yes, and I agree with that. And yes, we are going to have the full sandals discussion tomorrow, and that is a critical point. I am hoping that you remember to send it again tomorrow, because I might remember to read it again tomorrow, my dear. So I hope that all of the stars align so that you don't forget sending it tomorrow. So again, this evening we are in Studley Park, Goodwood, Goldsboro, and Pembroke, and we are ending to have our final meeting in Pembroke by the bridge, down by the bridge in Pembroke, and that bridge is basically the link between Pembroke and Glamorgan. We are asking you to come out and show your support as we continue these discussions there. Again, the Progressive Democratic Patriots is here only because we have been sitting and critically thinking about what's happening in Tobago, and we've recognized that what has been happening is not what should be happening, and that we could do better. And we think really it is time for us to do better. It is time for us to do better. So that is why Mr. Watson Solomon Duke jumped out and said, let me try this by myself. Let me form a party after the fact, and let me push, and let me then offer myself to go to Trinidad to fight up, as the old people are saying, fight up down there for them, and leave some of the younger people in Tobago, like Farley Chavez Augustine, and myself, and like some of the others who will be contesting the THA elections when that happens, so that we could fight up with Tobago. Because we recognize that we need to push the envelope. We kind of have been in standstill. And yes, I did not recognize how much powers the Tobago House of Assembly had until I actually sat down and started reading it and started going through and started thinking, but wait, why are we not doing this? Why are we not doing that? Why are we allowing them to just come in and kind of railroad us and give the impression that we don't have the authority to do those things, when in fact the law says that we do? The law says that we do, and we are recognizing that when the law says something, unless we push back at it, we are going to always have people who try to take advantage of us, and that is what has happened for quite some time. People have tried to take advantage of us, and we need to push back and say, no, this is what the law says, this is what we are going to do. Let's not do that. Let's not go down that road. Let's be fair. But you need people who are competent. You need people who are confident. You need people who are conscious to be able to draw those lines, to be able to articulate the issues carefully, correctly, and to be able to make the arguments for why we should or why we shouldn't. That is what is absolutely necessary. And that is why the Progressive Democratic Patriots has always said that, one, after election day, we done with politics. After election day, and you give us the opportunity and we win, what we are going to do is pull together a group of the competent and the willing. We need every single person who is a part of, every single person who loves this island, every single person who comes with whatever particular skill you come with whatever competence you come with. Come and be a part of rebuilding this island, because we have been standing still for far too long. It's about time that we move forward. It's time that we push the development thrust further than where it is. If you look at our numbers, and I'll have to bring in the numbers specifically because we've been working very closely with economists. We've been working very closely with economists who've been going through the numbers and helping us understand the numbers and to show that really we have been regressing and we have been having little or no growth. And in many instances, we have been having negative growth as it relates to the economy of Tobago. And we need to do something to jumpstart it. We need to do something to get it going again. That is why the Progressive Democratic Patriots is here doing this. That is why I am here doing this. That is why I am here doing this. And I'm going to be honest with you, we have a situation now where, for example, my doctoral degree is in behavioral and community health sciences. I have a DRPH, which is a Doctor of Public Health from the Graduate School of Public Health, University of Pittsburgh. I am not sure that there's anybody else in the entire country of Trinidad and Tobago that has the same degree that I have. I have been speaking from the beginning of this COVID situation, speaking about issues relating to COVID, speaking about the fact that, for example, we do have some level of community spread because we have not been testing enough people, we have not been using the right protocols to test, and all of these things. But because I am on the minority side, everybody talking about how I talk in stupidness, when in fact this is what I went to school with, and I am saying it now. I deliberately have stayed in Tobago to use my skills for Tobago, because what I should have done, what most people have done, is leave this island and go somewhere else. I could have been the person when you turn on your TV and you see WHO talking about COVID and you see PAHO talking about COVID. That could have been me. But I am choosing to sit here and to use my skills to build Tobago directly. I have given that commitment to myself, that commitment to my mother, that commitment to the people of Tobago. Every other member of our team has also given that commitment. Farley Chavez Augustine does not need to be in Tobago fighting up, doing this right now. But because we absolutely love this island, and we know that where this island is not where we should be. And we know that where this island is going, if we don't change the course right now, it is going to be detrimental. And because we understand this and we understand who we are, whose we are, and our purpose, we have decided to give up what would have been very cushy, comfortable lives to fight up with politics. Because that is where the decision making is. That is where it is quote unquote politicians who make these decisions that affect people's lives. So because we want to change people's lives for the better, we have decided to jump into this thing called politics so that we can affect that change. That is why Tobago, we are asking each and every one of you to give us a chance. We have had situations from before. We've had stages of the THA. We now are in a position where we could have another stage of the THA. We have the baton being passed and passed and passed. And again, I keep saying, this is not no short relay. This is a kind of long relay because it's been happening for quite some time. And in 2020, you now have an opportunity to hand the baton over to Watson Solomon Duke and Tashia Grace Boris, who when they go to Trinidad, they will be speaking on behalf of Tobago, without fear or favor. And we ain't frightened nobody. We ain't frightened none of them down there. All of we are the same blood running through our veins. All of we just breathe the same air. Not because you feel that you're down there and you in charge and whatnot, you feel you could tell we to sit down. Nah. No, we're not taking them kind of thing. And it's about time that Tobagonians get to the point where we stand up again and said, no, enough is enough. That is why we are asking you. We are asking each and every one of you to give us a chance. The two Tobago MPs spent the last 5 years down there and you saw what they did. You have concrete proof. You have proof of what they did. Mr. Orville London handed the bill to the then Prime Minister, Mr. Dr. Rowley, in 2016. Did 2016. The bill never made it to the floor of the parliament for the first reading until 2018. After it got its first reading, it went into the Joint Select Committee, and it seems like that Joint Select Committee is a graveyard because it went into the Joint Select Committee and it has since died. And then those two MPs have the gall to go on TV and radio and whatnot, and talk about the fact that they have done all they had to do. No, the bill has now lapsed. July, if you go to the parliamentary website, the bill has lapsed, which means it is no longer there. It is no longer on the system. It is no longer going to be debated. It is nothing is going to happen to it. It has to start from scratch again. They spent 5 years down there. These are the things that Tobagonians have been saying, and I'm going to repeat it because I said it again yesterday. When Mr. Orville London, in that big speech, when he said he's going to give it to the Prime Minister, he was the one who said he understands that this is something that Tobago has been toiling with for the last 4 decades. I read it for you yesterday. I read it for you yesterday. He said in 2016 that he understands that it has been 4 decades. 4 decades is 4 times 10. That is 40 long years that Tobago has been pushing for this. And we sent 2 Tobago people with a Tobago-born Prime Minister to push for this. And nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. Why are you sending them? Why are you giving them another 5 years for? Why? Why are you giving them another 5 years for them to go down and war? So 50 years we go wait? 60 years? 70 years? When we have an opportunity, Tobago, we have a perfect opportunity now to allow two people who will speak wholly and solely on behalf of Tobagonians, who will speak wholly and solely on behalf of Tobago East and Tobago West, not themselves, who will not the PDP. Because that is one thing we are very, very clear about. When we speak, we don't speak on behalf of the party because we have been putting people before politics. All we are asking each and every one of you who is over the age of 18 and whose name is on that list of people who can vote to go out on August 10th and put your X next to the bamboo bullifay. Put your X next to Watson Solomon Duke if you are voting in Tobago East, or next to Tashia Grace Boris if you are voting in Tobago West. Put your X next to those names and the bamboo bullifay symbol. Put your X there because these are the 2 people who we are sending to fight up for we down there. And as I said before, some of the simple things that we are asking, because again, we are talking about amending the Tobago House of Assembly Act, which only requires about 21, 22 of them to vote. And if you send the 2 of them, you're already at 2. So you just have to find a couple more down there. Having them in that section 29, remove all of that story about sending it to cabinet. If you have a bill, send it to cabinet and then send it to parliament and all of that rigmarole story, remove all of that. Because if we had removed all of that, we would not be in the situation where we are in now, where the bill would have lapsed in parliament. How many years after it was given to them? We would not be in that situation now. And the other thing which we've said carefully, and I spoke about it last week, is instead of currently having the Tobago House of Assembly get between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget, let us push for 10%. Now, personally, I believe that we deserve way more than 10%, but hey, we could be rational. We could be, as I said, we would come and have a discussion about the amount of oil and gas that is within Tobago waters, and we would have that discussion one of these days. I'm actually doing the research to pull the data to ensure that when I come to you, I come with accurate data, up-to-date data, because the data that I have is data from a couple of years ago. So I want to, when I come with that one, I come with real facts and figures that is up to date. That is what we are pushing for. So instead of the little line that says 4.03% to 6.9%, where Trinidad has consistently given us the 4.03% for the last umpteen years, let's change that line to 10%. Let's change that line to 10%. And if you are a public servant where you have have benefited from the PSA negotiating on your behalf, you know that if nothing else, Mr. Watson Solomon Duke know how to negotiate for more money. Say what you want about the man, you know that is a fact. So allow him to bring all of those years of trade union experience to the parliament to negotiate on behalf of Tobago. Send possibly the best negotiator within the trade union world to negotiate on behalf of Tobago. That is what you are doing when you vote for the Progressive Democratic Patriots on August 10th, when you vote for Watson Solomon Duke and Tashia Grace Boris to go down to the parliament. That is what you are doing. Sending down two freedom fighters, sending down a master negotiator, so that when we have, and the good thing about this, what you think about it, timing is everything. Timing is everything. We have the election August 10th. We have that bill changed, that the THA Act amended by August, September. What does happen in September, October? People, budget of Trinidad and Tobago does be read in September, October. Timing is everything. Timing is everything. That's why I tell Tobagonians that we have the perfect opportunity. The stars have aligned in our favor. We just have to walk through the door. The stars have aligned in our favor. We just have to take up the opportunity now and do it now. We have that opportunity. Let us not squander it, because when this time passes, because we are hearing all of the pundits in Trinidad talking about the fact that the elections will be very, very close in Trinidad. So we have an opportunity where these two seats in Tobago are going to be the most important seats in all the land. These two Tobago seats are going to be the most important seats in all the land. This is an opportunity for us to ensure that we use the timing that God has given us. That we use this opportunity, that this window that has opened for us, we go through it. This door that has opened for us, that we go through it. This baton that is being handed to us, that we accept it, we do not drop it, and we run. We have an opportunity, Tobago. Don't let us squander it. Don't let us waste it. Don't let us let it just slip through our fingers. Because after this time, I don't know when this perfect opportunity will happen again. So I'm asking you, I'm reminding you that on August 10th, we have a date with destiny. On August 10th, you have an opportunity to go to the polls and to look for the bamboo bolife symbol. You have an opportunity to look for Watson Solomon Duke. You have an opportunity to look for Tashia Grace Boris. You have an opportunity to say, yes, I am voting for myself. But in addition to voting for myself, I am voting for my children, my grandchildren. I'm voting for the development of this island, because we now have an opportunity to see real change. We can't allow that time to pass us by because we are afraid. We can't allow that time to pass us by because somebody come and tell us some Nancy story about something that ain't making no sense. And we know it ain't making sense now. And we know it's coming now. We know it's all kind of thing. No, not this time. Not this time. Not this time. Again, people, we are in Pembroke this evening. We are ending in Pembroke this evening about 7:30. We will be having our meeting at the bridge in Pembroke. That's between the two bars. We have the green bar and the orange bar in Pembroke. We are having our meeting then. So join us this evening at that time at 7:30. If you want to move around with us, the Tobago East candidate will be moving through Studley Park, Mount St. George, Studley Park, Goodwood, Goldsboro, and then through Pembroke, and then we end this evening. So we will be congregating, we'll be meeting, leaving Dwight York Stadium at 4 p.m., and heading up so that we can end by 7:30 at the bridge in Pembroke and have our meeting at that time. So, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Let me read one comment that I'm seeing here. Let me read one comment really quickly before I wrap up. It says, imagine we have on the island of Tobago an individual who is so qualified to be of service to Tobago and by extension Trinidad and Tobago in dealing with COVID-19 pandemic. But because of the political affiliation, this government refuses to use them. Clearly, the government is more concerned about party and not country. They have to go. We certainly need to get rid of the PNM once and for all. Vote a PDP Tobago. Vote for PDP Tobago. We need folks who are willing to put the needs of the people first. And I think that is a perfect place to end our discussion today. I will be around tomorrow. God's willing, God spares my life. I will be here at 10 a.m. having a discussion, and I think, as promised, I will speak about Sanders tomorrow. And about why what has happened has been a travesty, but, it is what it is. It is what it is. I want to thank you all so much for tuning in. Remember, August 10th, you have a date with destiny. August 10th, you have the opportunity to get up. As a matter of fact, go to sleep early August 9th. I go to sleep real early because you want when you wake up, you're well rested. Get up early. Pray, meditate, do whatever you need to do to get your head right. Put on some decent looking clothes and ensure that you get to the polls early. Your aim on August 10th should be consecutive voter number 1, consecutive voter number 2, consecutive voter number 3. And when you are done, your work isn't done for the day. When you are done, you have to go home and you have to call, you have to message, you have to drive, you have to do whatever you need to do to ensure that every other right-thinking person comes out and votes on behalf, vote for Watson Solomon Duke, Tashia Grace Boris, the Bamboo Bullify. Vote for the Progressive Democratic Patriots, because we know for a fact that people deserve better. We know that people deserve performance. And those of us who are standing here at the leadership of the party, we have consciously decided to put people before politics. And that's why we are doing this. We are asking for your help. We are asking for your support, and we are asking that you continue to pray with us, pray for us as we go ahead. Thank you, and hopefully I'll see those of you this evening in Pembroke. If not, you'll hear from me tomorrow morning. Thank you. We love you. Great.
This I no joke. Vote. You see right now. This I no joke. Say we a vote PDP, cause we want betterment, yeah, for we country. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP, PNM them never do nothing for we. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP, full time me try feed Duke, Mr. Farley. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP, kick out, pressure pot roll it. 5 years no worry session. Tell me with the L pressure pot. Roll it up and him not give it with the right, but him a take it with the left. And tell me with the LDTH he do it 2.2 billion. And the people in Tobago pure sufferation. And the worst government me ever see govern.